The extreme center. Tariq Ali is a writer and filmmaker. He has written more than a dozen books on world history and politics, including the novels of the Islam Quintet, The Clash of Fundamentalisms and the Obama Syndrome, as well as scripts for the stage and screen. He is an editor of New Left Review and lives in London. The extreme center. A warning. Tariq Ali. Introduction. Democracy is in serious trouble, especially in its European heartlands. In the United States, the citizens have, more or less, accepted a broken system for over a century. A sizable percentage of the electorate has accustomed itself to not voting, a form of passive protest and a recognition that the system is pretty much corrupt. Point 1. They must be smiling at old Europe now as it slides down the same path, with this exception, whereas US politics is petrified, in a number of European countries challenges to the existing structures are emerging. As to America's two British-fathered siblings, Canada has adopted the US as its new parent and is adjusting accordingly. Australian politics has been in an advanced state of decay ever since the late Gough Whitlam, the Prime Minister, was removed via an intelligence coup masterminded in London. The country now specializes in battery farming provincial politicians of a provincial caste with impressive regularity. In all these locations, citizens deserve better. 25 years ago, when the Berlin Wall came down, it was not simply the Soviet Union or the communist idea or the efficacy of socialist solutions that collapsed. Western European social democracy, too, went down. In the face of the triumphalist capitalist storm that swept the world, it had neither the vision nor the determination to defend elements of its own past social programs. It decided, instead, to commit suicide. This was the founding moment of the extreme center. In 2000, social democratic parties or coalitions dominated by them governed most of Western Europe, barring Spain. The experience confirmed that none of these parties could deliver effective policies that improved the living conditions of the majority of electors whose votes had placed them in power. Capitalism, intoxicated by its victory and unchallenged from any quarter, no longer felt the need to protect its left flank by conceding any more reforms. Even a marginal redistribution of wealth to reduce inequalities was off the agenda. Under these conditions, social democracy became redundant. All it could offer its traditional supporters was fear, or vacuous ideological formulae, whose principal function was to conceal the poverty of any real progressive ideas, third way, conflict-free politics, beyond left and right. The net result of this was either an electoral shift towards the far right, of which Austria was an early European example, or an increasing alienation from politics and the entire democratic process. In other words, an increasing Americanization of European politics offering a Tweedledee or Tweedledum choice, with a decline of the popular vote. With popular culture so heavily Atlanticized, politics could not be far behind. Nowhere in Western Europe did a social democratic party capitulate so willingly and completely to the needs of a deregulated capitalism and imperial wars as the Labour Party of Brown and Blair in the United Kingdom. The successors of Reagan and Thatcher were and remain confected politicians. Blair, Cameron, Obama, Renzi, Valls, and so on, share an authoritarianism that places capital above the needs of citizens and uphold a corporate power rubber-stamped by elected parliaments. The new politicians of Europe and America mark a break with virtually every form of traditional politics. The new technology has made ruling by clique or committee much easier. They are immured in exclusive bunkers accessible only to bankers and businessmen, servile media folk, their own advisors and sycophants of various types. They live in a half-real, half-fake world of money, statistics, and focus groups. Their contact with real people, outside election periods, is minimal. Their public face is largely mediated via the mendacious propaganda of the TV networks, or photo opportunities that sometimes go badly wrong. They refuse to step down and talk to the people whose worlds they have destroyed. In power they tend towards paranoia, treating any serious criticism as disloyalty, and grow increasingly dependent on spin doctors who themselves behave and are treated like celebrities. Since political differences are minimal, power becomes an end in itself and a means to acquiring money and well-paid consultancies after leaving office. Today the symbiosis between power and money has almost everywhere reached unbelievable extremes. The cowed and docile politicians who work the system and reproduce themselves are what I label the extreme center of mainstream politics in Europe and North America. This book concentrates on the British segment, for a variety of reasons. I live here and have done so for half a century, but there are other, more important factors. This was, after all, the first country in Europe to implement the new consensus, later to be mimicked to varying degrees elsewhere, with Sweden in the lead. Thatcher and her successors acted with the electoral support of sections of the traditional working classes, especially but not only in the Midlands, and in part with the help of oil revenues garnered from Scottish shores. Working-class Toryism was never absent in England, but it grew rapidly under Thatcher. A divided working class and an undemocratic electoral system provided the basis for Thatcher's dismantling of the 1945 reforms. She questioned the meaning of society and worked to encourage individualism and consumerism. Each for oneself was her motto. This notion, hardly new, and the ideological offensive to which it was coupled, led to a profound shift in consciousness, a mental and moral upheaval, which was fueled initially by the privatization of public housing and later by the institutionalization of household debt via easy mortgages and borrowing facilities designed to aid the new consumerism. New Labour came to power by promising little to their traditional supporters while reassuring the City of London that not only would nothing change, but that they would go beyond Thatcher and complete the task that she had set herself to take the country forward. Even before this touching pledge, a prescient former Tory Chancellor, Nigel Lawson, had noted in the Financial Times that the tragedy confronting the Conservative Party lay in the fact that Thatcher's real heir was the leader of the opposition, a view that would soon be resoundingly vindicated. Blair's New Labour was, in many ways, the most significant ideological success of the 80s counter-revolution. It was a product of that defeat. Political differences were reduced to which party had the better advertising company and spin doctors, and whether New Labour or Tories were more responsive to market research. It is hardly surprising that this process produced mediocre, visionless politicians and reduced politics itself to pure kitsch. Insincerity reached new depths. Point 2. The new systemic shift separated continental Europe from Britain, but not for long. The dystopic vision of capitalist supremacy espoused by Washington, implying the deployment of military force abroad and the redistribution of income away from the poorest to the most prosperous layers in society, would slowly, and in different ways, conquer continental Europe. During Reagan's first term in office, low-income families lost $23 billion in revenue and federal benefits, while high-income families gained over $35 billion. This explained the massive endorsement of Reagan in the prosperous suburbs and the Sun Belt. In Britain, more subservient than ever before, individual greed was shamelessly encouraged by the lowering of income tax, helped by the North Sea oil bonanza, along with the sale of council houses and other state assets. Financial deregulation stimulated the formation of a class of nouveau entrepreneurs, who thought little of safety regulations or trade union rights for their employees. A hallucinatory euphoria, aided and abetted by a sycophantic news establishment, helped to cement the new consensus. A full-scale ideological assault was mounted on the old post-war settlement. Overnight, Keynesian economics was consigned to the junkyard as this new social, political, economic, and cultural consensus took hold. It was ugly. It was brutal. It appeared to work. It had to be made hegemonic. It was. Those in the TV networks who resisted being one of us were unceremoniously removed. With the help of News International's Rupert Murdoch and John Bird, Director General of the BBC, an officially sponsored culture of conformity began to take shape. The situation was brilliantly summed up on a banner carried by striking South Korean workers during a general strike in the late 80s, outside a Japanese transnational with major business interests in Britain. It read, "You can't defeat us. We're not English." Us-style politics had made Britain a launchpad for the rest of Europe. Germany, due to its special circumstances as the spoiled child of the Cold War, authorized to keep some old toys and many old personnel from the Reich III, learned the art of coalition politics soon after the war. Interestingly enough, the moderate center was transformed into its most extreme version when the warmongering Green leaders entered the government coalition to promote wars abroad and neoliberalism at home. The architect of modern Germany, Otto von Bismarck, had been fond of putting on an air of intellectual and moral weariness as he told fawning visitors, "Let us leave a few problems for our children to solve, otherwise they might be so bored." There is an echo of this attitude among the German ruling elite of today, exhausted by the European crisis and their own role in it. Elsewhere, the crash of 2008 came as a huge blow to the financialized neoliberal world. Since then, France and Italy have fallen. Ireland and Portugal are in a tragic state, with huge numbers of their young people emigrating to white Anglo-lands or to Brazil or Angola. Greece and Spain alone have produced a movement and a party, Syriza and Podemos, respectively, to challenge the existing consensus. Most of the Eastern European states are run by corrupt politicians, with capitalism the privileged reserve of criminal gangs of one sort or another. 4. It is not a pretty picture. The few dissenting mainstream economists are dismissed as cavilling Cassandras, while political elites and central bankers are united on the need for austerity, accompanying spurious domestic wars against a largely passive enemy. The unparalleled, turbocharged economic shifts in the Western world have not been matched by any change in its political structures, however. If, as Peter Mayer wrote, the age of party politics is over, what will replace it? The ensuing decades will, no doubt, provide a model. On the one hand, smaller nations long embedded in larger states, Scotland, Catalonia, Kurdistan, are taking advantage of the crisis and its diverse manifestations to make a bid for freedom, albeit in different conditions and under multiform leaderships. On the other, movements like Syriza and Podemos are looking closely at the Bolivarian republics of South America. In both cases, worship or fear of the status quo can paralyze individuals and movements. But we live in a volatile world, and passivity is not an option. Sifting fact from fiction is not easy today, especially in the West, but even the apologists of the system are finding it increasingly difficult to portray the capitalist societies that emerged from the ruins of the communist system, or those that renewed themselves in the post-communist era, as exemplars of economic stability, full employment, continuous growth, social equality, or individual freedom in any meaningful sense of the word. Having defeated its old enemy ideologically and economically, the triumphant West is now living through the twilight of democracy. The ruling elites in the US and Europe, which so vigorously and shamelessly promoted their political system to win over the peoples of Eastern Europe, are now quietly disencumbering themselves of that very system. Contemporary capitalism requires a proper domestic and international legal scaffolding, and referees to adjudicate on intercompany disputes and property rights, but it has no real need for a democratic structure, except as window dressing. How long our rulers will bother to preserve the forms of democracy while draining it of any real content is a matter for serious debate. 5. Those of us who live in the West, some more fortunate than others, are citizens of a disorderly world. But a large majority of us share, in varying degrees, a new collective experience: unemployment or semi-employment, household debt, homelessness, plus the decline in quality and availability of services, health, education, public housing, public transport, public broadcasting, affordable utilities, that were considered essential in the 4 decades that followed the Second World War. No longer. Even as the old Soviet state and its satellites in Eastern Europe were tottering, a comprehensive strategy was being built in Washington, D.C. Its aim was straightforward: to embark on a new course for global capitalism that would reverse the declining rate of profit by removing all obstacles, countries, institutions, citizens, that stood in the way. The World Bank summarized the basics of the new economic order thus: ruthless curbs on public expenditure, tax reforms, in other words, lowering taxes on the rich and extending them to the poor via instruments such as VAT, allowing the markets, banks, to determine interest rates, elimination of quotas and tariffs, thus encouraging foreign direct investments, systematic privatization of all state enterprises, and effective deregulation. Henceforth there would be no inviolable sectors in public ownership, the market, the corporations, would decide all. These were the economic pillars of the dictatorship of capital. The upshot was obvious. Politics in the old heartlands of capitalism would become little more than concentrated economics. The state that facilitated and presided over all these changes would function as the executive committee of financialized capitalism, strengthening its defenses and, when necessary, intervening to save it from total collapse, as in 2008 to 2009. The structurally adjusted system required a novel type of politician in the wake of those pioneers of the New Order, Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. The first was a second-rate actor, operating like a brainwashed zombie and way out of his depth in the White House. Even so, he learned his lines well and was lauded as a great communicator, till he began to forget which Latin American capital he had landed in and to fluff the script at home as well. In reality, the U.S. under Reagan was run by a cabal of right-wing zealots, an imperial politburo that took most of the key decisions of that important period. They transmitted to the world through their president, whose standing reached its height when the last Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, decided to follow Washington rather than Beijing. Reagan's successor was his vice president, George H. Bush, on secondment from the CIA. He only served a single term before being defeated by the Democrat Bill Clinton. But the legacy was safe in New Democrat hands. Clinton proved a zealous and effective defender of the Reagan Revolution and much else besides. Margaret Thatcher surrounded herself with a clique of hard-right advisers to push through the new consensus, but it was not as easy as later painted. For a start, there was resistance inside the Conservative Party itself, peaking with Sir Ian Gilmore's public defiance. His book Dancing with Dogma was a strong defense of the post-war order. Gilmore denounced means testing in particular, with a vigor strikingly absent in later years after New Labour imposed a makeover of the opposition, transforming veteran Social Democrats and Socialists into the living dead. John Prescott, Robin Cook, Jack Straw, David Blunkett, Alan Milburn, Stephen Byers, Harriet Harman come immediately to mind. Domestically, Thatcher was aided by a number of factors, including an unrepresentative electoral system whereby she never had to win a plurality of the votes, and an internally divided Labour Party that soon split into two. Most importantly, she was strengthened by her decision to provoke and defeat a strike by the toughest section of the British working class. Her triumph against the enemy within and how it was organized has been well documented. Point 6. Externally, the war to retake the Malvinas, Falkland Islands, ended in victory thanks to the support of the Labour leader Michael Foot at home and of General Pinochet in Chile. Foot had denounced the US-backed Argentinian dictator, General Galtieri, as a Hitler, the first of many such analogies to be used in the years ahead. The defeat of the Argentinian Hitler required the help of the Chilean Hitler. The two triumphs were decisive in the canonization of Thatcher at home and in Europe. Subsequently, the Iron Lady sobriquet, invented by her sycophants, became firmly attached to her name. Point 7. In Eastern Europe she is still regarded by the elites as the mother of the peoples. However, it was her own party colleagues, worried by her increasing isolation from reality and fearing electoral defeat, who brought her down. This was a shame. Perhaps it would have been far better had she been defeated at the polls. A year before she was first elected, Lord Hailsham, fearing that a left-wing Labour Party backed by militant unions was about to be returned instead, delivered a prescient address on the Constitution which warned, "There has always been a danger inherent in our Constitution that elective dictatorship would take over." In the event, the danger, and not just in Britain, came neither from left nor right, but from all the mainstream parliamentary parties acting in unison to defend capitalism, the extreme center. It is an outcome of the fact that the very nature of the economic system in force precludes democratization. The contradiction between the dense concentration of capital and the needs of a majority of the population is becoming explosive. But the hollowing out of democracy is not a process that can be reversed by parliamentary decree alone. It requires mass mobilizations, popular assemblies, to create new movements and parties. They, in their turn, will need new constitutions that buttress radical democracy. This process that began in South America is now filtering through to Europe. Podemos in Spain, Syriza in Greece, the Radical Independence Campaign in Scotland, all these are pioneering a new form of politics to challenge and, hopefully, defeat the extreme center. 1. English questions. We live in a country without an opposition. Westminster is in the grip of an extreme center, a trilateral monolith, made up of the Conservative, Liberal Democrat coalition plus Labour, yes to austerity, yes to imperial wars, yes to a failing EU, yes to increased security measures, and yes to shoring up the broken model of neoliberalism. Its leaders are a mediocre bunch, Labour's Ed Miliband, a jittery and indecisive figure, overdependent on focus groups and spin, presiding over a parliamentary party, including his shadow chancellor, that remains solidly Thatcherite in inspiration, David Cameron, the Conservative Prime Minister, a PR confection, haughty towards the bulk of his own people while repulsively servile to Washington, Riyadh, and Beijing. The Liberal Democrat Nick Clegg barely warrants a mention. His party is likely to suffer in the 2015 general elections, and we might soon be deprived of his presence altogether. Flanked on the right by the lowest common denominator politics of Nigel Farage and a UKIP on the rise, this panic-ridden extreme centre tries to pander to this new right as best it can. Euro-immigration is becoming an English obsession, even though this country was at the forefront of carrying out Washington's orders to expand the EU rapidly so as to deprive it of any social or political coherence. This introduces a point rarely made by mainstream politicians or media toadies. UKIP wants independence from the EU, but appears perfectly happy with Britain remaining a vassal of the United States. Ironically, it is precisely the status that will make it difficult for any segment of the extreme center to execute a wholesale withdrawal from Europe. Washington wants its Trojan mule in place. Economically, the country is far from the visions of recovery and renewal promised by the coalition and its media retinue. If anything, conditions are getting worse for the majority, while markets remain volatile. Underlying this trend is a continuing engrossment of wealth and privileges enjoyed by the rich. 1 As pointed out by countless observers, while the earnings of the average employed person are either static or declining, the salaries and bonus options of the 1%er continue to rise. The origins of the new politics are firmly rooted in Thatcher's response to Britain's decline. Unemployment was ruthlessly held above 3 million for 10 years, enabling the Conservatives to push through a program of social re-engineering, deploying state resources to crush the unions and initiate the privatization of public utilities and housing, in hopes of creating a nation of property owners and shareholders, that transformed the country. 2 The defense industry was ring-fenced while the rest of manufacturing was handed a collective death warrant. The defeat of the miners' strike obliterated any possibility of resistance by the trade union leaders and the rank and file. The triumph of finance capital was now complete. The decline of large parts of the country continued apace, and in turn, the country became increasingly restive. How would the people react? After 18 years of Conservative rule, they voted Labour and Tony Blair into office with a huge parliamentary majority, achieved by virtue of an antiquated and blatantly unrepresentative first-past-the-post system, 13.5 million, against 9.6 million for the Conservatives and 5.2 million for the Liberal Democrats. Blair had fought a slick campaign that made few promises, but traditional Labour supporters nodded their heads in appreciation and thought him wise. The key was to return Labour to power after the locust years. Many assumed that once in office Labour would return to some form of moderate social democracy, a little bit of Roy Hattersley, perhaps. Few would have believed that Labour had become a party of war and finance capital. Yet New Labour was, as it turned out, little more than a continuation of Thatcherism by the same means. As if to stress the point, both Blair and Brown, on becoming Prime Minister, invited the old crone into number 10 for a whiskey and a quick photo op. This was not opportunism, their admiration for her was genuine. Blair's position as leader of the Labour Party was not preordained. It was the result of John Smith's untimely death. Ideologically, Smith was a staunch European social democrat whose instinctive tendency would have been to establish close relations with Berlin and Paris. By contrast, Blair styled himself as an English version of the Clinton who had recently shifted the U.S. Democrats to the right, abandoning any pretense of a New Deal. The scale of Labour's electoral victory in the May 1997 general election surprised its leaders. They had fought a banal campaign, strong on presentation, weak on politics. It stressed continuity with the old regime rather than any serious change. Blair's presidential demeanour smacked of Bonapartism. His image was used to reassure Middle England voters that he was not too different from the Tories who had governed Britain since 1979, and that he would be a friend of big business. It was publicly stated by Blair and his spin doctors that the trade unions would be kept at arm's length. It was also hinted that Blair and his group would like to detach the Labour Party from the trade unions altogether. A modern, democratic party had no time for old-fashioned conflicts. Ideally, Blair wanted a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats to lay the basis for a new centrist party that could dominate politics for the next 50 years. The size of Labour's electoral majority made any such desire utopian. Instead, Blair and his colleagues transformed the Labour Party beyond recognition. Its slow collapse today will resuscitate the project, if the Lib Dems don't lose most of their seats. During a lunch for big business at London's Savoy Hotel on May 13, 1996, Peter Mandelson, a close ally of Blair, stated that he favored healthy profits for companies and was not unduly bothered by the fact that this would inevitably lead to inequalities in incomes. After 2 years of Blair, the gap between executive salaries and the average wage was the largest in Europe. This was widely interpreted as a pledge that Britain was safe for foreign investors. As a result, the British economy was soon dominated by transnationals. Today, this market is 5 times greater than the rest of Western Europe and 3 times that of the United States. Blair's ideologues were so convinced that victory had only been won because they had ditched a traditional social democratic program that they ignored the reality of Britain under the Conservatives. The Blairites wanted to believe that the electorate punished their predecessors for their misdemeanors rather than their crimes. The decline in education and the health service, the sale of the railways and the water authorities, had not been popular. The sale of public housing to its occupants was a key plank in Thatcherite policies. New Labour had decided it was popular and promised to leave it unchanged. Individual greed was beginning to turn to anger as people realized that they had been cheated. Many had believed that Blair needed to make concessions in order to win and that once victory had been achieved it would be back to traditional social democracy. Nothing was being done to alleviate their suffering. New Labour enthusiasts do not like to be reminded that between 1990 and 1996, 1 million people lost their homes through repossession by the mortgage companies, while 390,000 homes, once publicly owned, were seized by those companies. Come 2009, almost 1 million properties were estimated to be in negative equity. The homeowners had paid too much for them in the first instance and could not get their money back. Thatcher had resolved to make Britain a nation of small businesses. This was the much vaunted popular capitalism. Yet by 1997, the year of Labour's victory, personal bankruptcies had stabilized at 22,000 a year. 30,000 companies had become insolvent between 1990 and 1997. The flexible labor market so beloved by Thatcher, Blair, and the transnationals had, in reality, made unemployment a mainstream experience. In December 1997, it was estimated that 1 in 5 men and 1 in 8 women had suffered at least one extended spell of joblessness in their adult lives. It is this insecurity that modern capitalism, which lives for the short term, values so greatly. If one studies the actual performance of the U.S. economy during the same period, one sees that the model to which Blair aspired was little short of disastrous. Assuming that productivity growth, the increase in output per hour, is the most useful single indicator to determine economic health and the key to increased wealth and a growth in wages, then the situation is bleak. Over the last 25 years, U.S. productivity has grown by less than half of its average rate of increase during the entire previous century. It stands at a little over 1% per annum, compared to 2.2% between 1890 and 1973. This means that the output available to distribute to workers, assuming that the distribution didn't change, grew half as fast as before. On the level of wages, the picture is much worse. The distribution of income between rich and poor has polarized sharply. Since 1973, there has been a wholesale stagnation of wages. Real wages have been flat for the last quarter of a century. Today they are at approximately the same level as in 1968. By contrast, wages grew at an average annual rate of at least 2%, or often faster, during every single decade between 1890 and 1970, with no exceptions, not even the decade of the Depression, the 30s. Nothing changed under Clinton. In 1998, the wages of the bottom 80% of the labor force were lower than they had been in 1989, and significantly lower than in 1979. Simultaneously, the United States is the only major capitalist country where workers have actually had to increase the average number of hours they work each year, to above 2,000. This means that U.S. workers labor more each year than the workers of any other Western country. They work 10 to 20% or more than Western European workers. Even the Japanese, usually top of the league in terms of working hours, sharply reduced this during the 1990s and are now working less on average than North Americans. Inequality, too, increased in the U.S. by leaps and bounds throughout the 90s. The ratio of executive pay to workers' wages was 42:1 in 1980, by 1990 it had doubled to 85:1, and by 1997 it had quadrupled to 326:1. In 1980, the richest 1% of the population owned 20.5% of the wealth. This rose to 31.9% in 1989, and reached 40.1% in 1997. The value of stocks tripled in real terms between 1990 and 1998, an extraordinary windfall for those who were already rich. By 2000 the top 1%er netted 42.5% and the richest 10%er netted 85.8% of the national wealth, leaving the bottom 80%er with peanuts. This is the famous trickle-down economics of neoliberal fantasists. When we are told the U.S. economy is flourishing, this is true, but only for the well-off. In the United States, 25% of all children live in poverty. This number is double that of any other advanced capitalist economy, except one, Britain. Where elderly poverty is concerned, the United States scores 20%, but in this field, at least, it has been overtaken by its British emulators. In England, 24% of old people now live in poverty. The cold-blooded decision taken by New Labour's leaders and House academics to discard the very concepts of equality and social justice, and turn their backs on redistributive policies, marked a sharp break with traditional social democracy. Harold Wilson, Richard Crossman, Anthony Crossland, and Barbara Castle, not to mention Clement Attlee and Herbert Morrison, were recast as loony lefties for insisting that the state had an important role to play in regulating capitalism. The first three decisions made by New Labour were highly symbolic, designed to show the City of London that this was not an old-style Labour regime. They had made their peace with free market values. The Bank of England would be detached from government control and given full authority to determine monetary policy. A second determining act on entering office was to cut £11 a week in welfare benefits to single mothers. The savings for the state were minimal. The aim was ideological, a show of contempt for the weaknesses of the old welfare state, and an assertion of family values. The third measure was to charge tuition fees to all university students. This was a proposal that had been rejected more than once by the preceding Conservative government, on the grounds that it was unfair and discriminated against students from poor families. New Labour apologists were quick to point out that students in real need would not be charged, but the overall effect has been to discourage working-class children from aspiring to higher education. The culture of New Labour was not simply to maintain the status quo, but to defend it as an achievement of the free market and insist that there was no conflict between corporate interests and those of working people. Almost overnight, people like the former deputy leader of the Labour Party, Roy Hattersley, a right-wing social democrat at the best of times, began to sound positively radical, yet all he was doing in his regular Guardian column was to reiterate traditional Labour commitments to a moderate degree of social justice. One of the last big measures of the preceding Conservative government had been to privatize the railways, despite the fact that only 15% of the population supported such a measure. At the 1993 Labour Party conference, John Prescott, later to be Deputy Prime Minister and in charge of transport, told delegates, "Let me make it crystal clear that any privatization of the railway system that does take place will, on the arrival of a Labour government, be quickly and effectively dealt with, and be returned to public ownership." A year later, at the 1994 Labour Party conference, Frank Dobson vowed on behalf of the leadership, "Let me give this pledge not just to this conference but to the people of Britain. The next Labour government will bring the railway system back into public ownership." By 1996, with Blair firmly in control, the crystal clearness had vanished completely. Now, New Labour pledged to create a modern integrated transport system, built in partnership between public and private finance. The results were less than successful. On July 1, 1999, The Economist, a staunchly pro-capitalist weekly, published an article headed "The Rail Billionaires" and subheaded, "The privatization of British Rail has proved a disastrous failure. Without big changes, things are going to get worse." The magazine provided an example. Indeed, until last year, some of Railtrack's suppliers decided, in effect, which parts of the track needed renewal. Naturally, they appeared concerned less with passenger safety than with their own profits. Because they are paid by the mile, they have understandably tended to choose sections that are easy to renew rather than those that involve the most work. In October 1999, a rail crash occurred at Paddington Station in which dozens of people lost their lives. John Prescott, then Deputy Prime Minister, immediately went on television to insist that the accident had nothing to do with privatization. He looked shifty and uneasy as he recited the New Labour platitudes. In fact, the group of directors earning a fortune in dividends had decided that £700 million was too much to invest in ADP, the safety system that would have prevented the Paddington crash. The public was outraged. Every opinion poll showed a large majority of citizens, between 65 and 85%, in favor of renationalizing the railways. New Labour, normally very keen on focus groups and other slightly bogus marketing techniques, was not prepared to listen. In March 1998, a year and a half before the accident, John Prescott had stated, "The privatized railway is producing windfall profits for a few people as a result of the contracts awarded by the last government. There is nothing I can do about that." Nothing. Rarely has a senior cabinet minister admitted the impotence of his government so clearly. The fact is, of course, that with massive public support the government could have issued public bonds to raise the money to take the railways back from the billionaires. Such a move, however, would breach New Labour's contract with big business: "We create the conditions for you to make the money." The same approach was then extended to state education, opening the market to private companies, and the National Health Service, where the private finance initiative would deliver hospitals to profit-making companies in return for private capital. The one area in which New Labour found it difficult to renege on pledges made while in opposition was devolution. It was the single issue that would have brought out all the simmering tensions and hatreds within the Labour Party. The referenda in Scotland and Wales were duly held, and the citizens of the two regions voted to set up their own parliament, in Scotland, and Assembly, in Wales. The Scottish National Party, SNP, and Plaid Cymru provided the main opposition to New Labour, and these nationalist parties were to the left of New Labour on issues of both domestic and foreign policy. In both elections, New Labour won, but by very small margins. In Scotland, many former Labour voters deserted to the SNP. The pattern in Wales was the same. Neither of the two nationalist parties waged an anti-English campaign, rather, both stressed the importance of Europe and a progressive social policy. Their presence partially solved the problem of a social democratic opposition to the political economy of New Labour. No similar alternative existed in England. A change in the electoral system, towards some form of proportional representation, might have compelled the fragmented forces of the left in and outside Labour to pool their resources and mount an electoral challenge, but New Labour ultimately retreated on that front as well. On Europe, the Blair government often betrayed real confusion, giving the impression of paralysis. After an extended display of brashness in pushing the British model for the rest of Europe, an uncharacteristic silence gripped the government in the last 3 months of 1998. Public worries were expressed by Gordon Brown, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, concerned that British productivity was 20% or below that of tax and spend, muddle through France, not to mention that of Germany. Both Blair and Brown may have been told by a kindly civil servant that by comparison with the EU countries, Britain had the lowest proportion of 16 to 18-year-olds in full-time education and one of the lowest levels of university entrance as a proportion of the age group, and ranked 10th in the educational standards of its workforce. In addition, Britain had the highest recorded crime rates of any EU country and the highest proportion of the population in prison, excepting Portugal. The victory of the German left in the 1998 elections created turmoil in Downing Street. The crusade to bring Europe into step with Britain's low productivity, low education, low tax, low inflation economy had been stopped. After that, the only time that Blair seemed happy in Europe was when signing an agreement with the conservative Aznar government in Spain on a joint policy for flexible labor markets, a third way for the Spanish right. Conveniently, Anthony Giddens, director of the London School of Economics, was on hand for a bit of on-the-spot guidance for Aznar's party cotters. The Spanish paper El Mundo greeted the Blair-Aznar deal with a front-page banner headline, "Aznar declares war on French and German socialism." As far as foreign policy was concerned, all the pretensions of New Labour, as well as Robin Cook's pledge of an ethical foreign policy, quickly disappeared. The Kosovo War was simply a repeat of the tune in which Britain played second fiddle to the United States, and with far less dignity than even their conservative predecessors. Tony Blair prancing about in his shirt sleeves while his spin doctor, Alastair Campbell, organized the Kosovans to chant "Tony, Tony, Tony" was one of the more grotesque footnotes to this unnecessary tragedy. In reality, Britain had little independence. Its main function was to provide mercenaries to buttress US hegemony. There, in a nutshell, was the grim reality of New Labour Britain. Thatcherite modernization was thus nurtured by Blair and refined by Brown into the creation of an overblown financial sector, a City of London protected by light-touch regulation. It is shocking to note that there were fewer regulators for the whole of Britain than for the insurance industry alone in the United States. This, in turn, produced huge salaries and bonuses for the top layers and a few crumbs for the former industrial regions of the country. Blair's subsequent electoral triumphs were used to cement the New Labour project. But the political geography, when decoded, told a different story. The figures revealed a decline in voting, marking a growing alienation from politics. New Labour's popular vote in 2001 was down by 3 million and less than the 11.5 million won by Neil Kinnock when Labour suffered its defeat in 1992. The 71% turnout that had been considered low even in 1997, now dropped to 59%. Only 24% of the total electorate voted for another Blair government. Unsurprisingly, there were 2.8 million Labour abstentions in Britain's former industrial heartlands, the metropolitan vastnesses of Tyne and Wear, Manchester, Merseyside, the West Midlands, Clydeside, and South Wales. It was traditional Labour supporters who decided that a walk to the ballot box wasn't worth the exertion. Who were they? White workers in the old mining districts, Asians in the Lancashire inner cities, under-25s in particular. As one travelled further north, the fall in turnout increased, dipping below 44% in the blighted constituencies near the shipyards on Tyneside, the bleak Glaswegian council estates and the semi-derelict terraces of Salford and Central Leeds, below 35% in the wrecked zones of Liverpool's Docklands. New Labour victories were essentially the product of a preposterous winner-takes-all electoral system, which also distorted the Conservative collapse. The Tory vote was badly dented, from 14 million in 1992, to 9.6 million in 1997, to a mere 8.3 million in 2001. In all the major urban centres, the new Middle England that had been Thatcher's dream, non-unionised, service sector, owner-occupier, abandoned her, either voting Labour or staying at home. The Conservatives retained only 2 seats out of 23 in Inner London, 1 of 25 in Greater Manchester, none in the urban Merseyside or Tyne and Wear regions. They were virtually banished from the Celtic periphery, with a single seat in Scotland, none in Wales. This collapse was the precondition for New Labour's uncontested rule. Slowly people began to realise that Blair's kitsch project was little different from the policies of his predecessors. The flatulent third way rhetoric had virtually disappeared by the May 2005 elections. Blair won again, but with a much reduced majority. The abstentions and the increase in Lib Dem votes, Charles Kennedy had opposed the war in Iraq and spoken at the million-plus anti-war demonstration in London, were not enough to bring Blair down. The absurdity of the electoral system was now on public display. Labour's 66-seat majority was based on a popular vote of 35.2%, the lowest ever till then to elect a government in British history. The Conservative Party, with the highest popular vote in England, had 91 fewer MPs than Labour in the same territory. Blair's popularity had nosedived when he took a reluctant country to war in Iraq in 2003. The lies, cover UPS, and blatant media manipulation necessitated by the decision saw his ratings plummet. At the very beginning of the New Labour project he had promised Gordon Brown that they would share the premiership. The Iraq War made the promise into a political necessity. A weakened Blair resigned and left Downing Street. Like Thatcher, he left before being booted out by the electorate. Unlike Thatcher, who is still revered in some quarters, Blair was universally loathed except by a majority of the Parliamentary Labour Party. His successor's ramshackle government changed nothing and was soon confronted by the 2008 crash, a result of the cherished economic policies that both Blair and Brown had zealously implemented. Their political life's work had brought about their own undoing. This system crashed badly under the stewardship of Gordon Brown, but the recovery could only be temporary. Failing banks were nationalised to keep the City of London afloat while squeezing the already deflated incomes of the working population, pensioners, students. There was no economic rationale whatsoever for the 4-year freeze announced in Labour's March 2010 budget, but it was nonetheless adopted wholesale by the new Conservative, Lib Dem coalition a few months later. The resistance of all the victimised social layers to the austerity measures, with the exception of Scotland, which will be discussed in the next section, proved to be weaker, far weaker, than might have been expected. With no opposition to the measures in Parliament, the lightning flashes of student revolt, ritual demonstrations, and one-day strikes by trade unions had little or no impact on the government. Political consciousness in England had by now become completely atomized and amorphous. The extreme centre's draconian cuts had only one rationale: the financial sector had to be shored up, whatever the cost. The crisis would be used to force-feed the country with structural reforms to aid the £80 billion programme of cuts in social expenditure. Ironic though it now appears, the coalition had campaigned marginally to the left of New Labour. They promised a new Bill of Rights to roll back the surveillance state, an inquiry into how Britain under Blair and David Miliband colluded in extraordinary rendition and torture and, yes, even a mildly redistributive capital gains tax. Yet once the mandarins at Whitehall had brokered a deal to ensure the coalition served its full term, all this disappeared and the two leaders moved rapidly rightwards to occupy the battlefields of New Labour and relaunch the counter-revolution in health, welfare and education that had been put on hold in the aftermath of the 2008 crash. As predicted, the results have been catastrophic for most of the country and have almost resulted in the breakup of the UK state. To see the deepening of privatization policies at the same time as savage welfare cuts was the strongest indication yet that the headquarters of the extreme center are located deep inside a bubble world. It was difficult, if not impossible, for the official opposition to challenge the coalition when the government was effectively implementing new labor policies. It is important to stress this fact, because as elections approach, the sleepwalker segment of the electorate, desperate for something better, votes for the opposition in order to defeat the incumbent and nothing changes. A brief glance at the continuities of Westminster politics suggests that this is a foolish approach. In the three areas crucial to austerity, the Westminster gang are at one. As far as welfare benefits and pensions are concerned, the trendsetter, in 2007, was the investment banker David, now Lord, Freud, anointed by New Labour to reduce the benefits bill. Freud recommended a transfer of housing benefit, incapacity benefit, disability allowance to a single, means-tested payment linked to harsh incentives to work. The coalition enthusiastically adopted the Freud plan, buttressing it with a further £18 billion reduction in payments and the downgrading of inflation-linked benefit increases. Polling organisations insist that these measures have majority support in England. If this is the case, and it probably is, then the ideological success of the extreme centre should not be underestimated. Secondly, education. For a few decades after the Second World War, serious attempts were made to unshackle good quality higher education from economic advantage. A system of grants was developed to provide access to higher education, and many on the Labour front bench and in the serried ranks behind Blair were the products of this system. Nevertheless, few hesitated to kick away the latter. In 1998, less than a year after taking office for the first time, the Blair-Brown government imposed fairly nominal tuition fees on students. This had been strongly resisted by the outgoing Conservative Prime Minister, John Major, as the thin end of the wedge. 3 In 2004, New Labour hiked the fees substantially, claiming that those who benefited from higher education should fund it themselves, and set up low-interest student loans to pay for them, fresh fodder for the financial sector. Responsibility for universities was duly shifted from the Department of Education to the Ministry for Business. In 2009, New Labour appointed the ex-CEO of BP, Lord Brown, to reform higher education. His proposals were for teaching subsidies to be cut by over 70% or students to pay commercial rates on their loans, and universities to be free to increase fees at will, or compete like businesses with price cutting to attract students, resulting in inevitable college bankruptcies and closures. All these solutions were to be implemented by the coalition's business secretary, Vince Cable, leading light of the Liberal Democrats who had promised to abolish tuition fees altogether in their 2010 manifesto. They were bought off as cheaply as Labour's left under Blair and Brown, with low-level, but well-salaried, parliamentary appointments. In the winter of 2010, the coalition government made further cuts in higher education and raised the cap on tuition fees. The university students erupted. Cries of Tory scum rent the air once again. There seemed to be a new mood emerging and a complacent government was taken aback by the protests, as was the opposition. For a while it appeared that this fiery and unpredictable moment might ignite a more generalized rage against the assault on the public sector as a whole. It was not to be. On the contrary, the old wines, Chateau Thatcher 1979 and Nouveau Blair 1997, blended in smoothly with the plastic bottled Plunk, Cameron, Clegg 2010. The students occupied, sang, blogged, Facebooked, tweeted, and marched to show their contempt for the politicians who had lied to them. The Prince of Wales and his consort saw all this from close up as their car was briefly surrounded by young men and women chanting "parasites," a far cry from the sycophancy to which they have become accustomed. It was this movement that gave a majority of Clegg's and Cable's Lib Dem parliamentarians the courage to vote against, abstain or absent themselves from the Commons on the day the measures went through. The fires lit in Parliament Square by the students to keep warm had turned up the heat on a rotten coalition. A hard-faced Cameron had boasted to his European counterparts that England was a politico-economic Guantanamo where everything went. The images from London were the first sign that notwithstanding the tactics deployed by the Metropolitan Police, a real opposition could be constructed, not immediately but in the years ahead. Parliament approved the new tuition fees and the movement subsided. Student life returned to normal, but some of the seeds sown in the snow of that year will sprout again. One of the noticeable features of the student movement was that, like their conservative equivalents, New Labour students played no part in it at all. A party cloned from the top down while in power now found itself stranded in opposition. The continuities, Thatcher-Blair/Brown-Cameron, were too stark to be ignored or forgotten. Had New Labour suffered a meltdown in 2010-11, a new debate might have been possible, but the rump had survived. The dominant mood within the Labour leadership was one of masterly inactivity. They would snipe at the government from the sidelines, expose its bald patches when possible, and bide their time till they were returned to power. The two principal competitors for the leadership were brothers, David and Ed Miliband. Both were insiders. Both had climbed the ladder via the party/think tank bureaucracy. Both had risen rapidly, as senior epigones to Blair and Brown respectively. Subsequently both were parachuted into safe working-class constituencies in the north. Each was given a job in successive cabinets, David Miliband becoming Foreign Secretary under Gordon Brown, while his younger brother was named Minister for the Environment. Leaving aside the novelty of a fratricidal conflict, the real question was not one of primogeniture but what they represented politically. Did they differ at all? The older Miliband modelled himself on Blair, both politically and in his body language, jacket on shoulder, winking at journalists, and so on, and it was this merging of his identity with that of his leader that probably lost him the contest. He would have, his party colleagues felt, been a perfect successor, wiping out memories of grumpy old Brown and leading the way to victory. David Miliband did win a majority of the parliamentary party and the constituencies, but failed to obtain enough union votes to be elected. It was the unions that won the day for his brother. But too many illusions were vested in Ed Miliband. Incredibly, his triumph was even perceived by some on the left as the end of New Labour and a return to a better past. 4. The corporate press obliged with absurd headlines referring to him as Red Ed, and a great many columns were written bemoaning the fact that his brother had lost. Both men were part of a middle generation that had spent its best years, wasted them, in my opinion, under Blair and Brown. The younger generation, particularly in Scotland, was both alienated from politics and instinctively more radical. As it grows to political maturity, it is unlikely to be attracted to what is on offer. The trough. It's hardly a secret that many a New Labour minister celebrated the party's new turn and its startling change of register in 1997 by enriching themselves. Conservative ministers and civil servants were, of course, not new to this process. 5. The list below is far from complete, but the trend that it symbolizes is clear enough, and not just in relation to the health industry. The symbiosis of big money and minimalist politics has reached unprecedented heights. This is the material basis for the politics of the extreme center. And in case any members of the current opposition front bench are drooling over future possibilities, it should be made clear to them that there is a prerequisite. They have to be in power before they receive any largesse. Once there, however, they could study the examples set out below. Tony Blair, Prime Minister 1997 to 2007. Political parties usually rot from the head down. Where else to start than with Blair, whose urge to reform, modernize and wreck the National Health Service led to what was in effect the creation of a National Wealth Service, NWS, for cronies and ministers alike. The health industry tycoons are generous to their friends. It may be said of Blair himself that rarely, if ever, has a British Prime Minister accumulated so much capital so quickly since leaving office. His fortune is estimated at anything between £40 and £60 million. An exact estimate is difficult, because of the maze of companies he has set up precisely to conceal how much loot is pouring in and from what source. A sinecure from Yale, a PR consultancy from Kazakhstan, close ties with the odd Ukrainian oligarch, freebies from Israel and much more besides. It's all part of a day's work. The material related to his finances alone would fill an entire book. Reports in the Financial Times, The Guardian, and the Sunday Telegraph concur on most of the facts. The latter paper reported in 2013 that Mr. Blair has two separate trading arms, Fire Rush Ventures and Windrush Ventures, which consist of a series of limited companies, limited partnerships, and limited liability partnerships. The latest accounts show that one of those companies, Windrush Ventures Ltd., had an income of more than £16 million and profits of £3.6 million for the year ending March 31, 2012. Profits more than trebled in that time and turnover was up £4 million on the previous year's accounts. Windrush Ventures paid total tax of just over £900,000 with more than £12.5 million written off as administrative expenses. The group's wage bill is £2.3 million, meaning that more than £10 million of expenses is unexplained in the annual accounts. 6. Given his obsession with money, one might think that he would have given up on heaven, but his competitive instincts and biblical literalism were strong. NATO had destroyed so many camels in the Arab deserts over several wars that the survivors, he must have convinced himself, could not possibly pass through the eye of a needle. A public conversion to Catholicism followed his departure from Number 10. He kissed the pontiff's hand in Rome, but was told off for the Iraq War nonetheless. Nor did the trip to the Vatican alter his open breach of a commandment. Having stationed himself and his party for so long in Rupert Murdoch's posterior, news that his own nether regions were being admired by Mrs. Wendy Murdoch, an infatuation that might be used in court if divorce proceedings took place, shocked even a few sycophants. 7. With Blair as the model, his cabinet had a hard act to follow and we must give them credit for trying. Jack Straw, member of Blair and Brown's cabinets 1997 to 2010. In 1968, Jack was president of the National Union of Students and kept himself safe from the turbulence of the period. He was a middle-of-the-road social democrat, close to members of the Wilson cabinet and ambitious, but not excessively so. He had few illusions regarding himself and it seemed even in the old days that the presidency of the News was the highest rung of any ladder that he would reach. His politics, to be fair, didn't change all that much in later years, though even he must have felt slightly nauseated with himself for repeating all the whoppers invented by Blair and his spin doctors to force the country to join Bush's war on Iraq. Straw lied, and from his expression it was easy to tell he knew that he had lied. What else could a poor foreign secretary do? Resign. The strain of regularly deceiving the public must have been terrible. So why begrudge him a bit of money? It is well known that the Saudi state usually pays generous pensions to retiring British prime ministers and foreign secretaries, officially in return for addressing seminars attended by a dozen or so officials, half of whom are asleep and the other half busy texting minions about their evening requirements, for services rendered. Did Straw miss out on Saudi largesse? In any event, April 2011 was a happy month for the former cabinet minister. Straw was appointed as a consultant to EDNF Man Holdings Ltd, a British company based in London specialising in the production and trading of commodities including sugar, molasses, and animal feed, which helped provide the former Home Office boss and later Foreign Secretary with some pocket money, £30,000 a year. Straw's explanation left out the real reasons for the benevolence, There are 168 hours in the week, and I will work in Blackburn for at least 60 and maybe sleep for 50. Providing there's no conflict, I have long taken the view that I am not against people doing other things. I had 2 jobs as a minister. I think it's really important that politicians are involved with the outside world. Alan Milburn, Health Secretary 1998 to 2003. Young Alan was a scruffy, no-good ultra-lefty flirting endlessly with far-left politics, and not just the politics. He worked in a radical bookstore, in downtown Newcastle, called Days of Hope after Ken Loach's wonderful BBC plays. Why trade union activists who visited the shop dubbed it Haze of Dope we will never know. Might the haze have kindled Milburn's interest in health? What we do know is that when he sold out he did so in style, bidding to outdo even Blair and Mandelson in their appreciation of neoliberal politics and big money. This was no easy task, and unsurprisingly he failed. But he didn't do too badly. After a 5-year spell as health secretary he collected his debts with alacrity, becoming a director of Covidine, which describes itself as a $10 billion global healthcare products leader. He is also a member of Lloyds Pharmacy's Healthcare Advisory Panel and sits on the European Advisory Panel of leading private equity firm Bridgepoint, which specializes in, you guessed it, healthcare investments. Milburn declared his income from these juicy appointments as over £30,000 a year from Bridgepoint, over £25,000 from Lloyds Pharmacy, nothing listed for Covidine, and over £20,000 as an advisor to PepsiCo. Charles Clarke, Education Secretary. 2002 to 2004, Home Secretary 2004 to 2006. Charles Clarke was appointed in 2006 as a non-executive director of the LJ Group, which supplies teaching materials and equipment to schools and training services, including through the government's Building Schools for the Future program, which Clarke initiated as Education and Skills Secretary in February 2004. Clarke is a consultant on public sector reform to KPMG, for whom he wrote a booklet promoting the use of co-payments, service user contributions, to the NHS and other public services. He also advises Charles Street Securities investment bankers/private equity fund managers. In addition, Clarke is a consultant to Beechcroft LLP, a legal firm that specializes in advising PFI/PPP deals. How much in total? We don't know. Patricia Hewitt, Health Secretary 2005 to 2007. Patricia Hewitt didn't waste too much time once her protector left 10 Downing Street. Long ago she served as Secretary of the National Council for Civil Liberties, now known as Liberty, but more lucrative secretaryships of state awaited someone with her talents. She is currently Senior Advisor to Cinven, a private equity-backed private hospitals and healthcare group, and is paid £55,000 per annum for her obviously valuable advice. She is also a special consultant to Alliance Boots, owned by private equity firm KKR. The consultancy payment is rather on the stingy side at £45,000 a year, but then we don't know what exactly she does for them, if anything. And that's not all. In March 2008, Hewitt was appointed a director of BT Group, which provides business outsourcing, IT and telecom services to a range of public bodies. Hewitt established the telecoms and media regulator Ofcom in an earlier role as Secretary of State for Trade and Industry, and was in charge of the National Program for IT, in which BT won one of the largest contracts, while Secretary of State for Health. According to BT's submission of details to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, Hewitt was paid an initial £60,000, but with an expected increase as she takes on more responsibilities, in return for working at least 22 days a year. Pas mal, as they say in France. David Blunkett, Education Secretary. 1997 to 2001, Home Secretary 2001 to 2004. Work and Pensions Secretary 2005. 3 secretaryships for David Blunkett, once the local boss of what was known as the People's Republic of Sheffield, but not much to show for it. Was he unaware of all the possibilities on offer, or were his needs more modest than those of his colleagues? He's now an advisor on business development to A4E Ltd, for which he is entitled to be paid at least £25,000 a year, although, according to his parliamentary declaration of interests, he has not yet been paid. Perhaps he's waiting until he retires in 2015 and can go for the whole hog. A4E describes itself as a market leader in global public service reform, that is, privatization. Lord Norman Warner, Health Minister 2003 to 2007. For a junior at the Health Ministry, Warner has done well, but let's not forget that he had special responsibility for reform of the NHS, which meant overseeing greater private sector involvement. He met all the right people, and in 2008, soon after Blair stepped down, Warner moved rapidly to a directorship with UK Health Gateway. He was also chairman of the Government Sector Advisory Panel for Zansa plc, a leading provider of business outsource services to public bodies and holder of the £1 billion NHS Shared Business Service Centre contract, providing accounting and finance services to the NHS. Not enough to keep him going? No. Warner became an advisor to Beatrol, a provider of microbiological health treatments, Apex Partners Worldwide, a private equity firm with strong connections to the government which has invested heavily in health providers seeking contracts with the NHS, Deloitte, an accountancy and consultancy firm, with large incomes from government agencies, and DLA Piper, a legal firm, which, like Deloitte, specializes in advising on private contracting to the public sector. Lord Warner remains influential within the NHS as chair of the NHS London Provider Agency. He was recently poached by Julian Legrand, an LSE professor in social policy, on behalf of the coalition government to help out on education in Birmingham. And why not? Revolving doors were installed for class war veterans like him. Hilary Armstrong, Secretary of State for Local Government 1997 to 2001, and for the Cabinet Office 2006 to 2007. Once regarded by some of Gordon Brown's partisans as rubbish, Hilary Armstrong has ignored her detractors and currently is chairperson of Waste Company Cities Advisory Committee. Nick Rainsford, Local Government and Housing Minister 1997 to 2005. Nick Rainsford is now non-executive chairman of local authority recruitment agency Rockpools plc and of Home Track, a lettings service. Ian McCartney, Trade Minister 1997 to 1999 and 2006 to 2007. McCartney was number 10's weightiest link to the trade unions, briefing friendly journos on what was really going on. Now we all know. He is a senior advisor to the US Fluor Corporation, an energy contractor that is believed to have ambitions to win nuclear cleanup contracts in the UK. McCartney is paid at least £110,000 a year for his advice. The former Department of Trade and Industry had responsibility for energy policy. Stephen Byers, Trade and Industry Secretary 1998 to 2001. In contrast to his junior above, Stephen Byers, once a member of a far-left group, is now non-executive chairman of Water Treatment Company ACWA and Ritz Climate Offset Company. Richard Caborn, Trade Minister 1999. 2001, Sports Minister 2001 to 2007. Richard Caborn, Yorkshire-born and Yorkshire-bred, used to boast he was a Red, but he is now a consultant to AMEC assisting them with their work in the nuclear industry. His payment for this is at least £70,000 a year. As a former sports minister, he is also a consultant to the Fitness Industry Association, for which he is paid at least £10,000 a year. Small potatoes. Brian Wilson, Energy Minister 2001 to 2003. Surprised that Brian Wilson is a non-executive director of AMEC Nuclear and UK chairman of the renewables company, Airtricity. Renewal, as some will recall, was a central theme of the Blair era. Stephen Littiman, Transport Minister 2005 to 2007. Stephen Littiman is an advisor to Holdings, a company selling traffic information, for which he is paid at least £10,000 a year. Bravo, Stephen. Overpaid you're not. Frank Field, Welfare Reform Minister 1997 to 1998. Holier than thou. Frank Field is now a director of Medicash, which, as its name suggests, operates a healthcare cash plan. Who better than fearless Frank to advise them? Baroness Sally Morgan, in-house specialist. Sally Morgan was a very close and trusted aide of her dear leader, Tony Blair. As Director of Government Relations in Downing Street, she did not always endear herself to other colleagues, and perhaps for that reason was kicked upstairs to the House of Lords and made a minister. Her real career blossomed. In November 2005 she was appointed as a non-executive director of the Carphone Warehouse Group. As well as being a non-executive director of TalkTalk from 2005 to 2010 and of Southern Cross Healthcare from 2006 to 2011, she sat on the Lloyd's Pharmacy Healthcare Advisory Panel. In April 2006 she became a board member of the Olympic Delivery Authority. She was appointed chair of Ofsted by the Conservative-led government from March 2011 but left in November 2014, after failing to be reappointed for a second three-year term. A dynamic duo. Simon Stevens was Tony Blair's health advisor inside 10 Downing Street and, with Alan Milburn, the key architect of the NHS privatisation programme. Reward, chairman of United Health UK, which has won contracts with the NHS to manage and advise primary care trusts. The company's executive director, previously chief executive, was, until late 2007, Dr. Richard Smith, a former editor of the British Medical Journal, currently working for United Health in the US. Darren Murphy was a special advisor to Prime Minister Blair from May 1997 to September 2005. After a period as head of government relations and external affairs for AstraZeneca UK, Murphy became managing director at the London office of lobbying firm APCO, whose clients include most of the private healthcare firms bidding to run independent sector treatment centres. The NHS. The NHS, crippled by Blair and Brown with their PFIs and marketisations, is now, thanks to this logic, well on its own way to total privatisation, courtesy of the 2013 Health Act. 8 Yosef El Gingley, a Tower Hamlets GP, writing in The Observer in March 2013, described how the NHS is being dismantled and concluded. This is what saddens me. What were once the NHS's strengths, resources, expertise, and the united focus on the patient, are being replaced by a fragmented and atomized service, bound not by a duty of care but by a contract, and driven, not by what is best for the patient, but by the cost of the encounter. It will be a slow, insidious creep, but it's coming. Be prepared. This is the way the NHS ends, not with a bang but a whimper. As Alison Pollock argues in the interview below, the only serious solution is for Parliament to pass the NHS Reinstatement Bill, but this is not going to happen without mass protests supported by a large bloc of cross-party MPs who disrupt parliamentary business until the bill is passed. Given the composition of the extreme centre parties, this seems unlikely. The National Health Service and the extreme centre. An interview with Alison Pollock, Professor of Public Health Research and Policy at Queen Mary University of London. Tariq Ali, how can the health service as it stands today resist the forward march of privatization? Alison Pollock, what is happening now in Europe is that we have got neoliberal policies coming from the US. The healthcare industry has exhausted the funds of America, where healthcare is running at about 18% of GDP, compared with 9 or 10% average in Europe. So the US healthcare investors need to find new markets, and they are busy attempting to penetrate and open up the healthcare systems of Europe. And of course the biggest trophy for them is the United Kingdom NHS, because it was for a long time the most socialized of all the healthcare systems. So, since devolution, Scotland, Wales and England all have their own healthcare services. Scotland and Wales, which are very tiny, covering no more than 8 or 9 million people, have retained a national health service. But England, and many people don't realize this, abolished its National Health Service in 2012 with the Health and Social Care Act. What remains of the NHS is a funding stream, or a government pair, and the NHS has been reduced to a logo. The government is currently accelerating the breakup of what remains of the National Health Service under public ownership, closing hospitals, closing services, and privatizing or contracting out. So just as we heard about how public lands in Liberia and Guinea are being transferred like enclosures to private owners from abroad, the same thing is happening with our public services. Our public hospitals, our public facilities are also being enclosed and given over to private for-profit investors. And this is happening at an extraordinary speed in England. Faster than anywhere else in Europe. And this is a major global neoliberal project. To privatize health. Well, to privatize not just the healthcare system but also ultimately the funding. Now in the US, just under half of that 18% of GDP is actually paid for by the government, but the government is in effect a taxpayer and then channels the money into private for-profit corporations. The government in England introduced the Health and Social Care Act because it wanted to open up new funding streams. It wants to reduce the level of services that are available publicly, create a climate of discontent with the NHS, forcing the middle classes to go private and pay either out of their pocket or with their healthcare insurance, so that we exit what is left. But at the same time the government is reducing all our entitlements because there is no longer a duty to provide universal health care. That duty, that had been in place since 1948, was abolished in 2012. It means that now the government can reduce all the entitlements, reduce everything that is available, and increasingly we are going to have to pay personally or through private health insurance. And the private health insurance industry is here. They have come here from the US and they are absolutely gearing up through the new structures the government has put in place to move into private for-profit health insurance. And actually the new system the government is putting in place is modeled on the US. That will come at huge loss, and it will also be a public health catastrophe because it will mean that many millions will increasingly go without care, and of course markets render people invisible, they are not seen. The doctor in front of you only sees the patient that comes to him, he doesn't see the many tens of thousands who are being denied access to health care, which is why in the US the doctors are not out on the street campaigning. But in the UK the doctors are out on the street campaigning, they are standing now for the National Health Alliance Party, they are putting in candidates to stand against the conventional parties. And so the doctors are still prepared to fight for universal health care. You have to use the parallel of the oak tree, it seems to be blooming and flourishing, but the roots have been severed and it can take many months or years for it to completely decay. And once it has gone, those doctors will no longer be there. They'll be like the doctors in the US, interested in themselves, interested in their own pockets and not interested in universal access to health care. And this is the crime of the century, if you like, the way in which the English coalition, both Conservative and Liberal Democrat, have actually abolished our NHS. But it should not be forgotten that they had a lot of help along the way from the Labour government before them. Labour set the basis for it when they were in power? Absolutely. Alan Milburn, the Health Secretary, did this in 2000. In 1997 the Labour government had its chance to reverse the privatization and marketization policies, to get rid of the private finance initiative. And they had a very good Secretary of State, Frank Dobson, who was quite determined to do some of that, but they got rid of him extra quick and instead we got Alan Milburn and his 10-year plan. And now he has gone off to join the very healthcare companies that he helped to build up. That is the tragedy. When that bill was going through Parliament to abolish the NHS, many of the peers and many of the MPs had conflicts of interest. They actually had interests in the healthcare companies that they were establishing. It is outrageous, really. Just like the lawyer of the largest insurance company in the US who drafted the Obamacare bill. And Alan Milburn is one of them. AP, yes, it's a travesty as far as democracy is concerned. It really is, and as a public health doctor it is an absolute catastrophe, because at the moment we know there are people of all ages with serious mental illnesses who cannot get access to health care, people with stroke, people with chronic illnesses, chronic diseases who are increasingly being denied access to health care. And they are voices in the wilderness, they are not being heard, because there is no collective mechanism for them to be heard anymore. And the doctors and nurses are absolutely in despair. Now we do have a solution. With my colleagues we've written an NHS reinstatement bill that we hope whichever party comes to power will actually run with so as to reinstate the NHS. There is a solution out there, drafted by people who know what needs to be done. It's written and ready. So now it's perfectly legitimate to make huge profits from the basic needs of ordinary people? AP, yes. From people's diseases and people's illnesses. Well, it began with the pharmaceutical industry and vaccine production. It is perfectly acceptable to make profits from vaccines, so why shouldn't we now go and make profits from illness and care? But of course the NHS in England was set up to be redistributive. It's funded through taxation, which is meant to be progressive, and the money is meant to flow according to need. But what we are now beginning to see is that money will flow according to the needs of shareholders and not patients, and that is a very real concern. Of course, it is all down to political will. Everything can be reversed, but it comes down to politics, to democracy, and to people making their voices heard. The BBC. Apart from the NHS, the British institution that was once most greatly appreciated at home and admired abroad was the BBC, a model for similar outfits in Canada, Australia, and India. Its radio broadcasts and, in the post-war period, television output were frequently ultra-deferential to monarch, prelate and prime minister, and this should not be forgotten. Simultaneously, however, the BBC hired independent-minded journalists and producers, many of whom shared a similar cultural, educational, and class background to the upper echelons of the civil service and the bulk of the political elite, both Tory and Labour. The automated logic of the English class system undoubtedly worked through the BBC, but its Director Generals, from founding father Lord Reith to the last of the Mandarins, Alastair Milne, were self-confident hierarchs, well aware that the institution could only work if producers were allowed to create an environment in which listeners and viewers could be properly informed, educated, and entertained. If its credibility was seriously damaged, the edifice as a whole might be affected. Prior to the birth of television, the only filmed news was shown in cinema newsreels, Movietone, Gaumont, Paramount, and in the dying days, Path, Tick, kept moviegoers entertained by their patronizing simplicities. Even the better newsreels were thoroughly slavish. In 1932, as the National Hunger March against the Means Test reached London, it was denounced by ministers as being inspired by Moscow. British Paramount News reported as follows. And in Hyde Park, home of free speech, the marchers' leaders rally their followers with extremist speeches. The march is completely disorganized and the police are hard put to keep things moving. But the most humane force in the world has its own methods of keeping order. Mounted reinforcements are quickly on the scene. Compared to this, it was not too difficult for BBC TV to present a more sophisticated face. This semi-independence was bolstered by the structure of the BBC, that conceptually resembled a duck-billed platypus, directly funded by the public via an annual license fee collected by the government and handed over to the corporation. Of course, the government had the power to raise the fee, and hence the facility to blackmail. It likewise appointed the Board of Governors who, in turn, selected the Director General or Editor-in-Chief of the BBC. These heads were in most cases loyal to the system, but did not always equate this with servility to the political leaders of the day. There arose, as a result, frequent crises and clashes with politicians. In general, the corporation functioned reasonably well and managed to defend its standards. Its controllers and other bosses tended to be men, yes, they were usually men, very different in character from the time servers, frightened of their own shadows, and the overemployed cast of managers who determine the details of programming today. Excerpts from the 1983 nationwide interview that led to the end of live TV phone-ins involving the Prime Minister, Diana Gould, a Bristol housewife, questions Margaret Thatcher on the Falklands War. BBC presenter, for the next 35 minutes we will be inviting viewers around the country to put Mrs. Thatcher on the spot, as we call it. We've been asking for questions over the last 2 weeks since the election was declared. Let's go to Mrs. Diana Gould in our Bristol studio. Mrs. Gould, your question, please. Gould, Mrs. Thatcher, why, when the Belgrano, the Argentinian battleship, was outside the exclusion zone and actually sailing away from the Falklands, why did you give the orders to sink it? Thatcher, but it was not sailing away from the Falklands, it was in an area which was a danger to our ships and to our people on them. Gould, you have just said at the beginning of your answer that it was not sailing away from the Falklands, and I am asking you to correct that statement. Thatcher, but it's within an area outside the exclusion zone, which I think is what you are saying is sailing away. Presenter, I think we are not arguing about which way it was facing at the time. Thatcher, crosstalk, which was a danger to our ships. Gould, giving those orders to sink the Belgrano when it was actually sailing away from our fleet and away from the Falklands was, in effect, sabotaging any possibility of any peace plan succeeding. Thatcher, one day, all of the facts, in about 30 years' time, will be published. Gould, that is not good enough, Mrs. Thatcher. Thatcher, I am. Crosstalk, would you, please, let me answer? Would you please let me answer? I think it could only be in Britain that a Prime Minister was accused of sinking an enemy ship that was a danger to our Navy, when my main motive was to protect the boys in our Navy. Is the BBC in such a petrified or paralysed state today, so badly decayed, that it is beyond repair? Are all hopes of inner movement or structural reform misplaced? To read the national press, this would appear to be the case. I'm not so sure. Hysteria reached absurd proportions in 2012 in the case of Panorama pulling a documentary on the dead entertainer Jimmy Savile, a serial child abuser, as the whole of the country has since learned. The weak-kneed BBC senior management found it difficult to explain themselves to a hostile public. Director General George Entwistle, his predecessor Mark Thompson, and Helen Bowden, Director of News, were more reminiscent of mid-level bureaucrats in Honecker's Germany than of creative-minded managers. Entwistle fell on his sword for a handsome payoff. Others might have opted for harakiri. There is an underlying problem that has confronted the BBC since Sir John Birt was made Director General in Thatcher's time. His predecessor but one had been sacked effectively on Thatcher's orders in 1987, for not being one of us. A reliable toady, Marmaduke Hussey, was catapulted onto the BBC board as chairman. His first task was to sack Director General Alastair Milne for left-wing bias. Thatcher was livid that the BBC had permitted her to be grilled on the Falklands War, live, by the articulate Mrs. Gould from Bristol. Thatcher disliked the BBC's coverage of the Falklands War and the miners' strike and highlighted a number of other documentaries that were considered too left-wing. A faceless accountant, Michael Checkland, replaced Milne until the appointment of John Bird, a Dalek-like figure without instincts or qualities, who transformed the BBC into the top-heavy managerial monster that it has become. Burt anticipated that the Tories would privatize the BBC. He preempted this by institutionalizing private sector methods and dumbing down the BBC so effectively as to destroy any notion of diversity within British television. The number of managers assigned to broadcast units became a sad joke, and instead of considered argument, management speak, lampooned fortnightly by Private Eye, became the norm. Not wishing to offend Thatcher, the BBC gave Murdoch much of what he wanted to stabilise Sky. Cricket, for instance, was no longer available to those who paid the license fee. When New Labour won, a new BBC was already in place. Blair and his principal spin doctors, Alastair Campbell and Peter Mandelson, turned out to be even bigger control freaks than Thatcher. Several senior BBC journalists and producers told me that government interference and bullying was qualitatively worse under Blair. Together with their pipsqueak subordinates, they regularly harassed producers complaining about what they perceived to be anti-government bias. Radio 4's Today program became a favorite Blairite target. Simultaneously they were crawling to Murdoch at regular intervals, hobnobbing with the editors and staff of The Sun and happily inhaling the stench of the Murdoch stables. After Bert's departure there was some improvement. Greg Dyke did have some instincts. For one, he defended BBC journalists, for another he, sometimes, resisted the blandishments and abuse that emanated from Downing Street. Just as the Falklands War had brought down Milne, the Iraq War did for Dyke. I have written about the BBC and Iraq at length elsewhere. 9 Outraged by an accurate report from Andrew Gilligan on the Today programme, based on the views of a government scientist specializing in chemical weapons, to the effect that the government had sexed up the evidence to go to war in Iraq, the Blair regime went into action. Angry exchanges between Blair and Dyke followed. On July 18, 2003, the scientist, Dr. Kelly, was found dead near his country home. Whether it was suicide, as in the coroner's report, or murder is still the subject of debate. Kelly's death shook Blair. Lord Hutton, a tame English judge and a tried and tested servant of the state, was appointed to head the inquiry. Dyke quoted the pollster Philip Gould, an intellectually debased member of the Blair kitchen cabinet, reassuring a nervous Labour peer, "Don't worry, we appointed the right judge." Hutton ignored the bulk of the evidence and declared the BBC guilty. Dyke had to resign, while an exultant Alastair Campbell, crowing like a cock on a dung heap, addressed the rest of the media. Hundreds of BBC journalists assembled on the street to bid a fond farewell to Dyke. That, too, had never happened before. The atmosphere of fear and the self-censorship that followed are no secret. Under Byrd, creativity had been suffocated. The new management structures had destroyed departmental autonomy. Heads of departments no longer had the same freedoms as before. Current affairs, drama, light entertainment all suffered. The right to fail, so essential to creativity, was no longer part of the deal. Ratings and competition were all that mattered. Give or take a few good documentaries. It is hard to imagine a current department boss taking on a contemporary equivalent of Monty Python, with the words, "I don't like it myself, but make 6 programs and then we'll see." Ask those who work there. This is the background to the present crisis. This is the reason why editors of TV programs are too often scared to take the right decisions. This is why only yes men are promoted. It is the culture of the BBC that needs to be overhauled, its redundant parts, mainly brain-dead management appendages of various kinds, replaced and some freedom restored to program makers. There is no sign whatsoever that this is what the extreme centre wants, and nothing will change unless there is an uprising by license fee payers. _ 2. Scottish answers. Scotland has long been a nation. In September 2014, the independence referendum asked its citizens whether they now wished that nation to become a state. A majority replied in the negative, but within 6 weeks the polls revealed another shift. Over 50% of Scots now favoured independence. A campaign of fear accompanied by ideological tricks and tactical knavery had won the UK a victory, but it is unlikely to be permanent. As Neil Davidson wrote in the New Left Review, too much has changed to move backwards again. By the time the electoral rolls closed on September 2, 2014, some 97% of the Scottish population had registered to vote, 4,285,323 people, including 109,000 of the 16 and 17-year-olds specially enfranchised for the occasion. This was the highest level of voter registration in Scottish or British history since the introduction of universal suffrage. By the time the ballot closed at 10 p.m. on September 18, 3,619,915 had actually voted, an 85% turnout, compared with 65% in the 2010 British general election. The popular vote was 2,001,926 for no, 1,617,989 for yes, or 55 to 45% against Scotland becoming an independent country. The demographics were telling. The no vote was heavily weighted towards the elderly, a clear majority of over 55s voted no, including nearly 3/4 of over 65s, many giving pensions or fears about savings and the currency as the main reason. Women were slightly more inclined to vote no than men, though that may partly reflect female predominance in the older age groups. Among under 40s there was a clear majority for yes, with the strongest showing among 25 to 34-year-olds, 59% of whom voted for independence. Based on pre-referendum polling, a significant majority of Scots of Asian origin voted yes. In general, the no vote was correlated with higher income and class status. In the poorest neighborhoods and peripheral housing schemes, the yes vote was 65%. It was from this group that most of the new voters emerged. One striking feature was the clash between the referendum results and regional party loyalties. The working class yes vote was concentrated in what were formerly the great heartlands of Labour support, above all in Dundee, 57% yes, and Glasgow, 54% yes, with similar results in North Lanarkshire and West Dumbartonshire. Inverclyde came within 88 votes of a yes majority. On the other hand, Aberdeenshire, Scotland's Texas and an SNP stronghold which includes Salmon's Holyrood constituency, voted against independence. 1. It was intellectually exhilarating, during 2 trips to Scotland over the summer of 2014, to witness and participate in the serious debates taking place in meeting halls, kirks, streets, pubs, and homes. What a contrast to dreary old England, where all 3 parties and every single media outlet were against Scottish independence. The No campaign lacked both sense and subtlety, being based exclusively on fear. In contrast, the SNP, and even more the Radical Independence campaign, looked at a detached Scotland through international spectacles. Their gaze was fixed on the Norwegian model and beyond. A few months ago, in an open letter to the people of Scotland published by the Herald, some of Scandinavia's leading writers and intellectuals encouraged the birth of an independent state, reminding Scots that Norway's break from Sweden in 1905 was also preceded by fear-mongering, and yet it improved the quality of life and politics in both countries. The remarkable growth in the pro-independence movement is the result of long-term causes: Thatcher's dismantling of the welfare state and Blair, Brown's embrace of the same process. Until then, the Scots had been prepared to stick to Labour regardless of the corruption and chicanery that categorised its party machine in Scotland. When large numbers stop believing that they can exercise political self-determination within the existing social order, they begin to look beyond traditional governing parties. On the continent, and in England, this has led to the growth of the right. In Scotland what was on offer was national, social, and political self-determination. Why did this happen, and what will be its impact within the United Kingdom and the larger European community? How is it that so many Scottish people now feel that only through independence can Scotland realise its full political and cultural potential in the 21st century? Scotland was tricked into the union with England in 1707. Sold down the river, many of its poets thought. Robert Burns, probably the greatest of all Scottish poets, summed it up in a famous song. What force or guile could not subdue, through many warlike ages, is wrought now by a coward few. For hireling traitors' wages, the English steel we could disdain, secure in valor's station. But English gold has been our bane, such a parcel of rogues in a nation. Burns was making the point that it was easy to buy off the nobility with a bit of lucre and some promises. The Scottish aristocrats effectively capitulated to the Union. And Sir Walter Scott has an equally pithy comment on what then happened: it may be doubted whether the descendants of the noble lords who accepted this gratification would be more shocked at the general fact of their ancestors being corrupted or scandalized by the paltry amount of the bribe. And for a long time this union has flourished. The weakness in traditional Scottish nationalism lay in its inability to grasp that identity could not be the only factor in the march to independence. As Tom Nairn and numerous other Scottish intellectuals have pointed out, the union was a compact between the English bourgeoisie and a weak and desperate Scottish elite, one of whose rewards was entry into English markets and later access to its colonies in North America and Asia. 5 of the British viceroys who ruled India were members of the Scottish gentry. Scottish administrators were a cornerstone of the imperial bureaucracies in Asia and Africa. For the latter half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th, the Scottish elites benefited greatly, the subaltern layers less so. As a proportion of population, Scottish deaths exceeded English ones in the First World War. There were other downsides as well. Scotland's political identity was destroyed, a massive emigration to North America, and secondarily to Australia, followed the brutal Highland clearances. The emigrants were not just the remnants of the defeated clans, but included every layer of Scottish society. The reasons were not only economic, many Scots turned their back on a country occupied by the English redcoats. 2 processes combined to reawaken Scotland. The Depression of the 30s left a deep mark on the country, and the end of empire a decade later, after yet another war, created the basis for new thinking. The Labour Party itself, born in Scotland and the product of many Scottish politicians and trade unions and workers, had been pledged to Scottish Home Rule. But after Labour won its landslide victory in 1945, Clement Attlee introduced welcome reforms which included free education, a health service free at the point of delivery for every citizen in the country, and subsidized house building, enabling people to live in sometimes ugly but still better buildings than before. This desire to improve living standards won over Scotland wholesale to Labour, and discussion of independence became muted. The new nationalist turn was the result of a democratic deficit. After 1979, the bulk of Scotland voted against Margaret Thatcher 3 times, and came to feel that they were no longer represented in the English Parliament. Often when one visited Scotland in those days people would say it was none of our business, we voted against the Tories, and it was this that shook the Union's foundations. Initially there were hopes that Labour would be different. But when Tony Blair followed suit, emulating Thatcher and reducing the Scottish Parliament to little more than a local council, the hemorrhage of Labour votes began. Labour's more enlightened leaders on this question, John Smith and the late Donald Dewar, both important politicians in Scotland, had assumed that devolution would solve the problem. But devolution did not give the Scottish Parliament the right to levy taxes. Amid mounting demands for wider parliamentary powers, the Scottish Nationalist Party came to the fore, arguing effectively for a social democratic Scotland rather than a Thatcherite, conservative Scotland. The irony was that while the Scottish Tories, or Conservatives, and Unionists as they called themselves, were more or less wiped out at this time, their place was taken in Scotland by New Labour, to which all that mattered was money, and what happened in the City of London was much more important than anything going on in Scotland. Small wonder that support for independence was strongest amongst working people. The notion that an independent Scotland would be parochial was not taken seriously by anyone inside Scotland itself. The so-called internationalism of New Labour and its coalition lookalikes was limited to subordinating the entire British polity to the interests of the United States. They made the United Kingdom a vassal state as regards decisions towards Iraq and Afghanistan, even as regards the gathering of intelligence. In response it was felt that an independent Scotland could be far more internationalist and autonomous, and might benefit a great deal from links to both Scandinavia and states in other continents. What happened then was that a campaign of fear began. And this campaign of fear succeeded. Here there are many parallels with another part of Europe, the way the European elites had treated Greece when there was a danger that the radical party Syriza might win the last general election. Every single European head of state who mattered, the German, the French, the British establishments began pleading with the Greek people, Don't vote Syriza. If you vote Syriza your pensions will disappear. If you vote Syriza there will be no medicines in the shops, you will die, everything will collapse. Well, lots of Greeks knew that everything had already collapsed after what they had been subjected to by the Troika. But the elderly and the pensioners were scared enough to accept this propaganda, and Syriza lost by a small margin. All the same, the party is now way ahead of all its rivals, and were an election to be held tomorrow, it would win, forming the largest party in the Greek parliament. People have realized they were tricked. In Britain, a similar campaign was waged by all three unionist parties, Labour, Tory and Liberal Democrats, supported by a few misguided individuals and media on the left, including pathetic hangers-on like George Galloway, the left-wing Respect MP for Bradford West, trying to curry favour with his former party bosses. During 3 visits to Scotland in the summer leading up to the referendum, I witnessed a society that, unlike its southern big brother, was very much alive. The extreme centre parties, openly collaborating to prevent independence, waged a better together campaign which lacked any sense of subtlety. They offered little that was positive. Their arguments, as had been predicted by many, were based exclusively on fear. These were the forces of pessimistic conservatism in Scotland. These were the people who appeared shallow and parochial. How many times did I hear people say in Scotland, we never realized how important we were, to ourselves. People told me how there had been no community spirit left in many parts of the big cities like Glasgow and Edinburgh, and we suddenly found ourselves talking to each other again, debating with our neighbours, debates taking place in each household, and this made us believe in ourselves. This has been the most important aspect of the campaign in Scotland, a mass revival of politics. And this mass interest in politics was noticed by everyone, even visiting commentators from metropolitan London. They found the Yes camp had reignited politics. Why? Because people felt that if they moved off their backsides and went and campaigned and agitated and struggled they could bring about change. Elsewhere in the continent, as in England, these activities have fueled a shift to the right. What was being offered in Scotland opened up new opportunities for self-organisation, and the campaign was totally political. Moreover, the SNP was extremely intelligent in its approach, not pandering to the stereotypes which the English, few of whom know Scotland, are conditioned to expect. The last-minute panic of the extreme centre was pathetic, grotesque to behold. Politicians who had never even visited Scotland suddenly poured in. 60 MPs on one day were scrambled by train northwards. It was obvious that the metropolitan elite was totally out of touch. Having not taken the campaign too seriously, supremely confident that they were going to sweep through, they belatedly realized that the contest was getting closer and closer. Remarkably, even in the tiniest communities in the north, the Shetland Islands, the Outer Hebrides, people were asking themselves, do we want to be part of an independent nation? And many were surprised at the scale of the majority in these regions voting yes. The same went for the cities. An opinion poll in the last days of the campaign, which stunned the no camp, revealed that Glasgow was going for independence, and this meant that the Labour Party, which had ruled parts of Scotland for a long time, was losing its grip. So how was this greeted by the media? Here we have a very interesting comparison with what happened in Latin America. Throughout the emergence of the Bolivarians, the social movements against privatization and for a new way of life, 99% of the media in Venezuela, the media in Bolivia, the media in Ecuador, opposed the new aspirations and campaigned viciously and brutally against the Bolivarians, but still they won. Here, the Unionist left and the Unionist right combined to attack any notion of Scottish independence. Will Hutton wrote in The Observer, if Britain can't find a way of sticking together, it is the death of the liberal Enlightenment before the atavistic forces of nationalism and ethnicity, a dark omen for the 21st century. Britain will cease as an idea. We will all be diminished. Talk like that actually reminds one of the language bandied about at the peak of the British Empire. The breakup of Britain might well diminish people like Will Hutton and his ilk, others might see it as an opportunity to bring about a few changes here. In contrast, George Monbiot of The Guardian delivered a very fine column 2 days before the vote. No United Kingdom newspaper, he wrote, except the Sunday Herald supports Scottish independence. He then quoted Melanie Reid in the Times, "What spoilt, selfish, childlike fools these Scots are. They simply don't have a clue how lucky they are." In a similar vein, in The Spectator Simon Heffer maintained that addicted to welfare, Scots embraced the something-for-nothing society, objecting to the poll tax because many of them felt that paying taxes ought to be the responsibility of someone else. Things also got personal. As Monbiot commented, here is the chronic inability to distinguish between a cause and a person. The referendum is widely portrayed as a vote about Alex Salmond, who is then monstered beyond recognition. A Telegraph editorial compared Salmond to Robert Mugabe, while the Daily Express referred to him as a dictator. Such attitudes were not only carried in the corporate press, owned by mighty barons such as Rupert Murdoch or the Barclay twins, or in the tabloids of certain former porn merchants and other worthies, and as for the wealthy Russian proprietors of The Independent, they were all for maintaining the Union. What would The Guardian do? A newspaper not owned by anyone except the Trust, it too was caught up in the tidal wave of Unionist reaction. Its editorials effectively defended the Union, and while it gave some space to opposition voices, its own in-house columnists, with the exception of Monbiot, were all singing different lines from the Unionist hymn sheet. Seamus Milne attacked Alex Salmond as effectively a tartan Tory, ignoring what Scottish Labour had done to that country and the reasons why so many Labour Party supporters were joining the SNP. Young Owen Jones wrote in a similar vein, but more open-mindedly than Milne. Steve Bell, one of the most brilliant cartoonists in Europe, usually on the right side, was also infected by the Unionist fervour, portraying Alex Salmond as tucked in Murdoch's pocket. Point 2. Thus it was despite the media that the Scottish movement, a political uprising for creating a Scotland with a proper health service, a free education system and more social housing, soldiered on and almost won the battle. Had it done so, it would have been catastrophic for the British state. The vote in Scotland was close. The Noes narrowly squeezed through, but even those who support them know full well that the process will not end there. They have been promised, not bags of gold as their predecessors were in 1707, but something called Devo Max. In other words, in order to win, the extreme centre promised that the Scottish Parliament would be allowed to determine practically everything related to Scotland, apart from defence or foreign policy. But this, of course, will only halt the tide temporarily. I think the movement is now so far advanced that if the Scots continue to feel dissatisfied, which I'm sure they will, in a few years' time there will be a huge demand for another referendum. And this time they will make it? In the meantime, the voting figures revealed the extent to which working-class strongholds had opted for independence. 53.49% voted yes in Glasgow, 57.3% voted yes in Dundee. In the weeks following the victory of the UK there was an astonishing influx of new members to the SNP, and also to the Greens. The former catapulted from 25,642 to 68,200 members, while the latter trebled from 1,720 to 6,235. In polar contrast, Scottish Labour was in meltdown. Its ineffective and wooden leader, Johann Lamont, resigned in a huff, accusing Westminster and Ed Miliband of controlling every tiny tactic in the campaign. As if to push the knife in further, opinion polls in Scotland revealed that if the vote was held today, October 2014, 52% would vote for separation. Rarely has a nation rejected the outcome of its own poll so rapidly. The cliffhanger now is how Scotland will vote in the 2015 general elections. If the Better Together parties, principally Labour, get a severe beating and the SNP doubles or trebles its MPs in Westminster, the game will be nearly over. Scottish independence will become a question of timing. In 2016 there will be new elections to the Scottish Parliament. These will be an important test. If, as is widely predicted, the pro-independence parties get a large majority, a new debate will begin in earnest, centering on the future of Scotland. What numerous pundits in the media have not understood is that many in Scotland want self-determination not because they are anti-English, but because they are deeply hostile to the Thatcher-Blair consensus that still rules England, regardless of party. On a single day in Glasgow, a murky Saturday in November 2014, 13,000 people came to a political rally to hear the new SNP leader, Nicola Sturgeon, outline her programme, breaking into thunderous applause when she insisted that Scotland would get rid of the nuclear weapons stationed on its soil. The SNP conference rejected a call for an alliance for independence as an umbrella to contest the Westminster elections. Unwise, in my opinion, but they did open the door to people from different traditions and roots where it was clear they commanded popular support. In this case they could stand under the SNP banner. Some will. Others will wait for better times. There is a strong feeling that the unity of the forces that want independence must not be broken. A few hundred yards away, the Radical Independence Campaign, attended by over 3,000 people, was discussing in a sober and mature fashion the future of their country. One of their mass forums was attended by representatives from Quebec, Spanish Podemos, and Greek Syriza, bringing messages of support from their respective movements. I have never experienced an event like this anywhere in Britain over the last 50 years. Of course there have been huge demonstrations, strikes, and such like. This was something different. A new politics of the left was being created, a politics which, of necessity, will soon, I hope, be represented in the Scottish Parliament. The debate on how Scottish space should be reorganised will be held in public view. The Scottish writer, Alan Bissett, presented the People's Vow to conclude the conference, prefacing it thus: "As Democrats, we recognise the result of the referendum but acknowledge the collusion, from all corners of the British establishment, to deceive and intimidate the Scottish electorate into voting in a way which maintained their right to rule. It was ever thus, but not how it need remain. Nothing remotely like this exists in England. Here right-wing Tories can defect to UKIP, but not one of the 4 or 5 left-wing MPs in the Parliamentary Labour Party would even consider such a prospect. In fact, England, too, needs a people's vow. To campaign for similar policies and challenge the extreme centre and the sprouting new right. Clinging to the fraying coattails of the Labour movement is a recipe for inaction. Politics, not sociology, is the need of the decade. The people's vow. 1. We won't let the poor suffer any longer for errors made by bankers and politicians. Our movement will endorse higher wages and deeper investment over greed and the backslapping bonus culture. Social justice campaigners everywhere, whether in Edinburgh, London, Cardiff, Dublin, or Barcelona, can expect our full support because our challenges are international. Together with trade unions, community groups, charities, and academic experts, we will prepare a people's budget to save Scottish public services. 2. We won't let anyone sell our natural resources to the highest bidder. Scotland has a unique physical inheritance, and polluters are not welcome to it because it belongs to us. We will make sure the Scottish Government uses planning laws to stop fracking, and we will support direct action against fracking companies if they continue to threaten our environment. Green energy is the only civilized future, and we promise to make Scotland a model country for the 21st century by combining social and environmental justice. 3. Scotland's feudal legacy will end. We won't allow the next Holyrood government to leave communities at the mercy of corrupt landlords. Scotland's people will have the power to own and control their resources. Our land will support our goals of sustainability and social justice. It won't be used as hunting and fishing estates for aristocrats and tax exiles. We will call a demonstration for land reform centered in one of Scotland's rural communities. 4. We won't allow equality to become a buzzword. We will expect positive action to reverse inequalities between men and women, and we will punish politicians who fail to take this seriously. Our better Scotland must abandon the macho political culture of Westminster and the macho economic culture of the City of London. We pledge to make our company boards, QUA NGOs and political parties representative of Scotland as a whole. 50-50 representation for men and women is a minimum. We'll make equality compulsory, not an afterthought left to the whims of employers. 5. We won't let NATO use Scotland as a dumping ground for nuclear weapons. If politicians fail to act in 2015, we will launch an intensive campaign of civil disobedience against Trident to highlight the deep inequalities between public opinion and Westminster. Nor will we tolerate laws that put our vital public services in peril to global corporations. TTIP is wrong for Scotland just as it is wrong for working people on both sides of the Atlantic. We pledge our opposition to TTIP in Scotland. Scotland's National Health Service will remain in public hands, where it should be. 3. Euroland in trouble. A map of the world that does not include utopia is not worth even glancing at, Oscar Wilde once wrote, for it leaves out the one country at which humanity is always landing. And when humanity lands there, it looks out, and seeing a better country, sets sail. Progress is the realization of utopias. Wilde's spirit is very much alive in the collective heart of the young who have come out onto the streets in protest against the forms of capitalism that have dominated the world since the Berlin Wall came down in 1989. They shouted their demands against the 1%er in New York, against us-backed dictatorship in Cairo, against the corruptions of the extreme center in Greece and Spain, and for self-determination in Scotland. The European Union, one of the largest economic entities on the planet, occupying a space greater than that of the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago, is in a mess. All the cover UPS, the attempts to suggest that all is well, that the sticking plaster heavily applied around the EU's entire body signals a return to normality, are deeply unconvincing. The stars on the EU flag are beginning to fade. The second tier of countries brought into the European Union were faded from the very beginning, while the main countries are surviving, but for how long? The failure of Europe's philosophers, Habermas and Negri come to mind, to understand and analyze the nature of the crisis indicates that they are part of the problem. Europe is not a good abstraction. It is a bad reality, in which forces on the extreme right have until recently dominated the debate. How did the EU come about? What were its aims? It's very difficult to provide single answers, because different countries had different ideas about what happened and why. The United States wanted the European countries they had rescued during the Second World War, then funded through the Marshall Plan, to be a bulwark of the Cold War against the Russians and Eastern Europe. For the French, it was an attempt to forge an alliance with Germany. For the Germans, it was essential to German exports. In addition, General de Gaulle, the French leader who gave the final nod of approval to the Treaty of Rome, regarded the Union contemptuously as nothing more than a machine. He was not in favor of France's identity and sovereignty being taken away in any shape or form. And nor has it been, until recently. The father of the European Union was a very remarkable Frenchman, a cosmopolitan operator called Jean Monnet, whose record in economics, politics, and social activities is quite entertaining. He was very close to the key cold warriors in the United States, Dean Acheson, the Dulles brothers, McCloy, among others. He was at once a French patriot and an internationalist. In The New Old World, a peerless account of modern Europe, Perry Anderson provides us with a diverting vignette of Monnet's early life. A stickler for propriety is one thing he never was. Monnet's marriage gives perhaps the best glimpse of his life, still only visible in part, between the wars. In 1929 he was floating a municipal bond in Milan, at the behest of John McCloy, when he fell in love with the newlywed wife of one of his Italian employees. There was no divorce under Mussolini, and a child was born to the married couple 2 years later. Attempts to get the marriage annulled were resisted by the husband and father, and refused by the Vatican. By 1934 Monnet's headquarters were in Shanghai. There one day he headed for the Trans-Siberian to meet his lover in Moscow, where she arrived from Switzerland, acquired Soviet citizenship overnight, dissolved her marriage, and wed him under the bans of the USSR. His bride, a devout Catholic, preferred these unusual arrangements, Monet explained, to the demeaning offices of Reno. Why Stalin's government allowed them, he could never understand. It was a tense time for a wedding. Kirov was assassinated a fortnight later. Subsequently, when her repudiated Italian spouse attempted to recover his 4-year-old daughter in Shanghai, Madame Monet found refuge from the kidnapper in the Soviet consulate, an establishment of some fame in the history of the Comintern. By the end of 1935, still holding a Soviet passport, she obtained residence in the U.S., when Monet relocated to New York, on a Turkish quota. We are in the corridors of Stambul train or Shanghai Express 1. Monet's adventures aside, the Western European unity was the offspring of the Second World War and the advent of the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union that followed the defeat of the Axis powers. At its heart, in contrast to the horrors unleashed by the Treaty of Versailles that followed the First World War, was the notion of Franco-German unity, as equal partners, but in reality a key aim was to curb German political sovereignty. The existence of the Soviet Union and its newly acquired Eastern European satellites made any collective punishment of the wartime German elite impossible. The fact that the country had been divided was considered sufficient to prevent the rebirth of German militarism. Konrad Adenauer, the German conservative leader, was never convinced of the viability of East Germany and foresaw a reunification long before Gorbachev had become a twinkle in Reagan's eye. De Gaulle was in favor of a tightly knit Europe, an independent Bonapartist bloc dealing with the USSR and the USA in even-handed fashion and taking its own independent initiatives on the domestic and foreign policy fronts. For this reason he wanted to exclude Britain, since he, and almost everybody else, knew it would be little more than a Trojan horse for the United States. Both leaders were proved right. Today Germany is the strongest country in Europe, despite its truncated sovereignty, and the EU, expanded out of control as a result of Anglo-American pressure, is groaning like a sick bull. Early attempts by the Frenchman Jacques Delors to create a social Europe founded on the born-again fanaticism of the Washington Consensus, neoliberal capitalism was the only way forward. The EU had to accept the new rules, privatizations at home, wars and occupations abroad. The Northern Europeans, Britain and Scandinavia, and the East Europeans, delighted to accept new satellite status, with the US replacing the USSR, proved to be the most loyal and compliant of the EU vassal states. The result has been a disaster for the EU as a whole. Domestically it has become a banker's Europe, with little regard for anything but the needs of finance capital. The consequent economic crisis has not yet produced any real shift in the basic paradigm. A bandage drenched in antiseptic liquids has been applied to the wound, but the blood is still visible and will soon burst through again. 7 years on from the crash of 2008, the American and European economies remain mired in unemployment and stagnation. The anarchy of credit creation has been brought under some control, but its foundations remain as solid as ever. Bankers, crooks, cheats are waiting patiently for the recovery so that they can resume their work with minimal regulation. And as if to reassure them, the Germans decided to reward Luxembourg, the money laundering center of the European rich, by elevating its star politician, Jean-Claude Juncker, to the post of President of the European Council. The inability of Western rulers to drastically reform the system has led to an exacerbation of the crisis that now threatens the very functioning of democracy. In Greece and Italy, bankers govern the country. The social layer that created the crisis is now supplying bureaucrats to override politics. Elsewhere the extreme center exercises power, promoting austerity measures that privilege the wealthy, and backing wars and occupations abroad. President Obama is far from isolated within the Euro-American political sphere, but new movements are now springing up at home, challenging political orthodoxies without offering a solution of their own. How did we get here? Following the collapse of communism in 1991, money corrupted politics, and big money corrupted it absolutely. Throughout the heartlands of capital we witnessed the emergence of effective coalitions, as ever, the Republicans and Democrats in the United States, New Labour and Tories in Britain, Socialists and a medley of Conservatives in France, the German coalitions of one variety or another, with the Greens differentiating themselves largely as ultra-Atlanticists, the virtually identical Scandinavian centre-right and centre-left, competing in cravenness before the empire. In almost every case the 2/3-party system morphed into an effective national government. A new market extremism came into play. The entry of capital into the most hallowed domains of social provision was touted as a necessary reform. Private finance initiatives that punished the public sector became the norm, and countries, such as France and Germany, that were seen as not proceeding fast enough in the direction of the neoliberal paradise were regularly denounced in The Economist and the Financial Times. To question this turn, to defend the public sector, to argue in favor of state ownership of utilities, to challenge the fire sale of public housing, was to be regarded as a conservative dinosaur. The politicians of the extreme center, intoxicated by the triumphs of capitalism, were unprepared for the 2008 crisis. So were most citizens, hoodwinked by the availability of easy loans and a tame, uncritical media into believing that all was well. Their leaders might not be charismatic, but they knew how to handle the system. Leave it all to the politicians. The price for this institutionalized apathy is now being paid. To be fair, the Irish, Dutch, and French people scented disaster in the arguments over the EU constitution that enshrined neoliberalism, and voted against it. They were ignored. Yet it was obvious to many economists that Wall Street deliberately pumped up the housing bubble, spending billions on advertising campaigns to encourage people to take out second mortgages and increase personal debt, in order to spend blindly on consumer goods. The bubble had to burst, and when it did the system tottered until the state rescued the banks from total collapse. When the crisis spread to Europe, all single market and competition rules were flushed down the toilet as the EU mounted its salvage operation. The disciplines of the market were now conveniently forgotten. As some countries collapsed, Iceland, Ireland, Greece, and others, Portugal, Spain, Italy, stared into the abyss, the EU stepped in to impose austerity and to save the German, French, and British banking systems. The tensions between the market and democratic accountability could no longer be masked. The Greek elite was blackmailed into total submission, while the austerity measures thrust down the throats of the citizenry brought the country to the brink of revolution. Greece is the weakest link in the chain of European capitalism, its democracy long submerged beneath the waves of capitalism in crisis. General strikes and creative protests have made the task of the extreme center very difficult. Today, the fog of confusion has finally lifted and people are searching for alternatives, but without involving political parties, since virtually all of these have been found wanting. The occupations staged in many countries were very different from the protests of the past. These were actions mounted in times of growing unemployment and in places where the future looks grim. A majority of young people will not get a higher education unless they can conjure up considerable sums. Soon, no doubt, they will be confronted with a two-tier health system. Capitalist democracy today presupposes a fundamental agreement between the main parties represented in parliament, so that their bickering, limited by their moderation, becomes utterly insignificant. The ideology can be called democratism, but democracy itself offers no real alternatives. The occupations and street protests against capitalism are in some ways analogous to the peasant jacqueries of preceding centuries. Unacceptable conditions lead to uprisings, which then are usually crushed or subside of their own accord. What is important is that they are often harbingers of what is to come if conditions do not improve. No movement can survive unless it creates a permanent democratic structure to maintain political continuity. The greater the popular support for any such movement, the greater the need for some form of organization. The South American rebellions against neoliberalism and its global institutions are telling models in this regard. Huge and successful struggles against the IMF in Venezuela, against water privatization in Bolivia, and against electricity privatization in Peru, created the basis for a new politics that triumphed at the polls in the first two countries, as well as in Ecuador and Paraguay. Once elected, the new governments began to implement the promised social and economic reforms with varying degrees of success. The advice proffered to the Labour Party in Britain in 1958 by Professor H. D. Dickinson was rejected by Labour, but accepted by the Bolivarian leaders in Venezuela and Bolivia some 40 years later. If the welfare state is to survive, the state must find a source of income of its own, a source to which it has a claim prior to that of a profits receiver. The only source that I can see is that of productive property. The state must come, in some way or another, to own a very large chunk of the land and capital of the country. This may not be a popular policy, but, unless it is pursued, the policy of improved social services, which is a popular one, will become impossible. You cannot for long socialize the means of consumption unless you first socialize the means of production. The rulers of the world will see in these words little more than an expression of utopianism, but they would be wrong. For these are the structural reforms that are really needed, not those being pushed by the EU. What is needed is a complete turnaround, preceded by a public admission that the Wall Street system could not and did not work and has to be abandoned. Gaullist France had wanted the European Union to become a neutral force, and some in Germany felt the same. If Europe developed as a major power, then it could act as a balance between the Russians and the Americans in the Cold War. It could strike out on its own, with an independent politics and independent positions and an independent way of organizing society. This was a much supported idea in the European Union, one that developed slowly. But soon the inevitable happened, the reunification of Germany, predicted by German Chancellor Adenauer to de Gaulle as early as the 1950s, changed the face of Europe once again. A unified Germany became the dominant European power, and despite the faux modesty, the German elite enjoyed stepping back into the limelight. The United States perceived that the only way now to prevent Europe from becoming too powerful was to dilute and expand the Union, making any serious economic and political federation impossible. They had always known that, sooner or later, reviving these economies would produce countries that would rival the US, at least on the economic and trade fronts. They had been prepared to take that risk because, while the Soviet Union persisted, it seemed as if there was no other effective way to shore up the frayed post-war capitalist system. But when the Soviet Union self-destructed and was dismantled, new problems arose, partially political, but mostly social and economic. With the victory of Hayek and the Chicago School came the birth of what became known as neoliberalism. Accordingly, the European Union began to determine the social and economic policies of its member states. This meant ending state control of industries, and slowly but inexorably dismantling the social welfare state by bringing the market into what had until now been the most hallowed domains of social provision. Thus, when the 2008 crisis exploded, the result was pure panic in EU headquarters. Panic in Berlin. Panic in Paris. Panic in London. What were they going to do? American economists argued that now was the time to reintroduce a form of Keynesianism, to stimulate the economy, and they did that some degree in the United States. Not so in Europe, however, because here they had spent too much was at stake, socially, economically, ideologically, for them to make that turn. So what we got instead were the austerity measures decided on by Berlin and backed by all the existing governments of the European Union. The poorer the country, the more craven its leaders. The European Union is now confronting a social, political, and economic crisis of some magnitude. Its only solution is to punish the victims. The extreme center in most of the member states is there to make sure that this happens, and that oppositions are crushed, except when they emerge on the right. Until the bubble bursts again, it can be ignored, unless there is a huge revolt from below. As far as the rulers of Europe are concerned, everything is over, problem more or less solved. Those who predicted the collapse of the euro have been proved wrong. As long as the German banks are happy, the elites are happy. They think that they have managed to control the system. But the view is not so rosy when glimpsed from the beleaguered parliaments of Athens and Madrid, from the shuttered shops, barricaded buildings, and boarded-up homes of Lisbon and Dublin. Even in the thriving metropolises, London, Paris, Brussels, Milan, Frankfurt, there are dark corners hidden from the public gaze. In these poorer quarters, inhabited by migrants, by the unemployed, by the homeless, life goes on, and there is even a sense of community, missing elsewhere in the big city, but the problems of everyday subsistence permit little time for relaxation. For the Troika-ruled EU countries, the single currency has turned into a shackle, tying more than half of the Eurozone into permanent recession. Greece has been reduced to penury, its economy shriveled by a fifth, wages down 50%, or massive youth unemployment. 2/3 of young people are out of work. The Spanish experience is no better. A grandparent's pension or a single salary is used in many cases to sustain 3 generations. Unemployment is running at 26%, or wages are not paid. The rate for casual labor in Spain is down to €2 an hour. Italy has been in recession for a number of years, after a decade of economic stagnation. Today, 42% of young Italians are without a job. In Portugal, tens of thousands of small family businesses, the backbone of the Portuguese economy for many decades, have been forced to shut down. More than half of those out of work are not entitled to unemployment benefits. And in Ireland, yet again, the young, the best and brightest of this nation, have left. A sad repetition of the migrations that helped lock Ireland into conservatism and underdevelopment for decades. The European Union is the instrument of the Council of Ministers. These ministers are governmental representatives, elected by their countries, in their parliaments, who determine everything. The democratic deficit in the European Union is therefore huge. The European Parliament has no effective power at all, bar the power to elect the President of the European Union, who, in turn, has no power at all. Power is still exercised by individual states, but if they should fall out, it's not really a problem. Germany, as the richest and largest state of the EU, now plays the major role in determining economic policies. If the German bankers want austerity, the politicians in league with them ensure that their demands will be met, because this is effectively a bankers' union. The elites have made of the EU a system that serves their interests. It is an economic union that imposes economic policies, rather than a social or a political union. In short, the European Union that has emerged from the epic battle to protect the euro is significantly more autocratic, more authoritarian, German-dominated, and right-wing, while lacking any compensatory charm. And the eurozone continues to expand. Croatia joined the EU in 2011. That same year Estonia adopted the euro, as did Latvia in 2014. However, the new order has produced an ad hoc economic directorate with no legitimation beyond the emergency itself. This directorate is what has been dubbed the Troika. It has no official name, but was assembled in April 2010 to take over direction of the Greek economy as the condition for the first loan. It's composed essentially of bureaucrats from the European Commission, the European Central Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. The Troika now governs Portugal, Ireland, Cyprus, and Greece. And it has been permanently inscribed in the European Stability Mechanism. The Troika issues memoranda of understanding on the same model as the IMF, which dictates every detail of the member states' legislative programs. Each national government will ensure that the legislation for cuts in health, cuts in education, cuts in the public sector, redundancies, reductions in the state pension, removal of benefits from unemployed workers, is presented to and approved by Parliament. The government will then present a privatization plan to Parliament and ensure it is passed. And the Troika insists, in their own words, that the government will consult ex ante on the adoption of policies not included in this memorandum. The only way to describe this is financial semi-colonialism. The Troika's record for economic management has been abysmal. Greek gross domestic product was forecast to fall by 5% from 2009 to 2012, it dropped by 17% and is still going down. Unemployment was supposed to peak at 15% in 2012, it passed 25%. A V-shaped recovery was forecast for 2012, with Greek debt falling to sustainable levels. Instead, the debt burden is larger than ever. No one challenges the Troika except the people on the streets, represented by parties like Syriza in Greece. This party, the only real alternative that has emerged since the crisis, is now on the verge of coming to power. It did extremely well in the European elections. The emergence of Podemos in Spain as the movement most likely to win the popular vote is another straw in the wind, discussed more fully in the concluding chapter. Elsewhere, it's the parties of the extreme right that have benefited. They have developed two interrelated arguments. First, that it is EU policies which have led to austerity and hurt the poor, and second, that the free movement of labor from EU countries with low wages and high unemployment makes conditions much worse. With regard to the second point, immigration is a set of policies that have been accepted for centuries. The world would not be what it is today were it not for immigration. German companies wanted Turkish labor, France imported people from its former colonies to work in French industries, the British government sent Enoch Powell to the West Indies to recruit nurses for the new National Health Service. All this has been happening for ages, so the notion that the people who are to blame for the crisis are the immigrants is a cheap, squalid, sordid prejudice that has no basis in reality. But today the right and the extreme right are saying that migrants coming from Poland and Romania, from the second tier of fading star states, are actually taking our jobs away. For that is one thing you sign up to when you sign up to the European Union. It's not only free movement of capital, it's free movement of labor within EU borders. And to get rid of that would severely damage many European economies. The politicians are aware of the fact, but it's always good to find scapegoats when the real reasons cannot be explained. The irony confronting the leaders of the European Union is that they have created an economic system in large parts of Europe which is not functioning properly, and that people are turning away in droves from the political superstructure whose main aim is to defend the system at all costs. Young people, in particular, are not interested in mainstream politics. Large numbers don't vote anymore. And this is the fault, not of the Union as such, but of the bankers that control it and determine the policies which member states have to allow. The EU is the mothership of the extreme center, with this difference, unlike its subsidiary vassals, it is not responsible to any elected body. This crisis is not going to go away. The further cuts scheduled for the Troika-controlled countries in 2015 lack the slightest economic rationale. A set of unelected bureaucrats, working for banks, the IMF, the ECB, etc., are telling independent governments, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do. They are in some cases removing prime ministers and putting new prime ministers in their place. If this is the situation, then things cannot possibly get better. If unelected bankers are deciding upon the needs of people in a number of European countries, as they are, how can things move forward? But this is not something understood today by the uncritical defenders of Europe. For them, there's nothing wrong, Europe is great, it's a great idea, don't do anything to it. A recent example is the Liberal Manifesto for Europe. Composed by the German Green Daniel Cohn-Bendit and a former Belgian Prime Minister, Guy Verhofstadt. The two men write: only the European Union is able to guarantee the social rights of all European citizens and to eradicate poverty. Only Europe can solve the problems of globalization, climate change, and social injustice. The shining example of Europe has inspired other continents to go down the path of regional cooperation. No continent is better equipped to renounce its violent past and strive for a more peaceful world. Which Europe could they be looking at? This is a view from inside the bubble. Even in Germany, the strongest of the EU states, there is growing unease with the role the nation is being forced to play, and a number of anti-EU parties have emerged. Most of these parties are misguided, but the reason they have arisen is the pervasive loss of trust in the elites who control party politics and represent the symbiosis between big banks, big corporations, and politics, all umbilically linked. Hostility to the EU is not confined to the far right. It is the failure of both the extreme center and many on the left to sharply criticize the EU that has made the right such a pole of attraction. Far from being the case that criticizing a hallowed EU will encourage reaction and national chauvinism, it is the lack of a serious critique that is exacerbating the process. Habermas is, of course, a philosopher of the extreme center. Negri should know better. The gulf between Europe's rulers and the ruled has rarely been starker. Politically, the absence of any democratic accountability in the structures of the EU combines badly with the economics of deadlocked stagnation. On the military front, membership of NATO is virtually compulsory for new members, slotting them into a broader imperial strategy. German unification, celebrated all over the EU, has led to the country becoming the key state in determining social and economic priorities. Member state equality became a joke after the expansion. Even when in two founding states, France and Holland, majorities voted against the EU constitution in 2005 mainly because it enshrined neoliberalism, popular opinion as expressed in those referenda was effectively ignored. Currently the Berlin-Washington axis overrides the archaic and authoritarian structures of the European Union in the eventuality of major policy disagreements. The Franco-German equilibrium has become meaningless and redundant. Once German decisions get the green light from Washington, they are imposed on the other member states. Most of Europe's admired philosophers cannot interpret this world, let alone change it. Economists and sociologists, however, are discussing a number of possible alternatives. In Euromemorandum 2014, a group of radical European economists have mapped an alternative course of action. Their criticisms focus on the failed economic policies, pointing out that youth unemployment in 2013, while relatively low in Germany, 7.8%, and Austria, 9.1%, was 23.7% in Belgium, 25.8% in France and Ireland, 57.3% in Greece and 55.9% in Spain. In the sphere of finance, the economists note that the situation is extremely fragile and that in Italy and Spain, the new government bond issues have been taken up almost entirely by nationally based banks. On banking reform, they insist that the weight of finance in the economy must be reduced and speculation made illegal in the banking system. Most of their arguments, especially those sharply critical of the authoritarian imposition of structural reforms under threat of sanctions, are cogent and rational. They call for an end to pseudo-monetarism. But who will bring about the changes they recommend? Not the politicians of the extreme center, not the ECB and its satellites, and not the US Treasury or the Federal Reserve. It may be hoped that the growth of social movements and the likely success of radical European parties, like Syriza and Podemos, at the polls may lead to a serious discussion of an alternative economics, but any such development will be hindered by each and every structure of the European Union. It does not permit an opposition. Fear and intimidation will be much in evidence if these parties win. The multitudes were largely passive when the Treaty of Rome was signed. They're rather more feisty now, of course, but usually on the side of the right, as in France, Holland, Germany, and Italy. Only in Spain and Greece, both countries with a long experience of civil war and dictatorship, have we seen the possibility of something different. A challenge to the extreme center from the left, but an untried left that has yet to be tested. It would be an error if they simply accepted the legitimacy of the EU and its institutions as presently constituted. The German sociologist Wolfgang Streeck has, in the last chapter of his Buying Time, sketched the outline of what form a new, democratic European constitution could take, representing as the continent does a culturally diverse and socially heterogeneous reality. The merchants of the status quo have granted the European Parliament some more powers, but not sovereignty. The largest caucus in the parliament used this to elect the Luxembourger, Jean-Claude Juncker, as the new president. A politician who authorized the tiny duchy to launder money and made it a tax haven for the rich was a symbolic choice. It was to be business as usual. Who is going to snip the umbilical cord? The extreme right or new forces on the left? This remains the great unanswered question. The future of many EU countries, and indeed the European Union itself, as constituted at present, will depend on the course taken by the crisis in the years ahead. 4. NATO Polis. On September 5, 2014, in Newport, Wales, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization held an emergency conclave. The aim of the summit was to discuss how to deal with ISIS, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, but beneath this primary concern there were other considerations. Should NATO prepare a rapid deployment force enabling it to send in a few thousand soldiers, commandos backed by air power, wherever it was necessary to defend Western interests and the global empire? Or should it scale down its operations and accept that its interventions in Afghanistan and elsewhere had been a failure? Nobody was much concerned about this failure, but rather focused their attention on how to keep the organization going and give it a raison d'être, one that would make sense to a skeptical public opinion. From that point of view, the conclave could not have found a better enemy than ISIS. Here was an organization creating telegenic havoc, pandering to every conceivable stereotype of the Islamic terrorist. Such an enemy could prove useful for pushing through a number of important policy changes. And so it came to pass. It is therefore worth considering what NATO is, what it was and what it might become. NATO was set up in 1949, soon after the end of the Second World War. Its aim was a simple one, bluntly expressed in the words of Winston Churchill's leading military advisor, Lord Ismay. NATO was designed to keep the Americans in, the Russians out, and the Germans down. Has anything much changed since then? According to its own rhetoric, NATO was primarily, in contrast to Lord Ismay's observation, designed to ward off any Soviet aggression against the Western democracies. But did anyone believe there was a real threat? In practice, NATO became a mechanism, controlled by the United States, whereby its European allies were kept under a military umbrella. And yet it is worth noting that throughout the Cold War years, from 1949 to 1990, NATO never fought a single battle. It was neither tried nor tested. Instead, it was a military propaganda organization, designed to control allies rather than punish enemies. Yet things changed following the fall of the Berlin Wall. Where once the purpose was a defensive show of strength, it now became an offensive test of strength, giving rise to operational shifts and corresponding changes in its command structure. This was on public record at the Welsh Summit in 2014. There have been 2.5 phases in NATO's development since 1949. The original members comprised the United States, the United Kingdom, Belgium, Canada, France, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. Iceland's inclusion is something of a mystery, because there was never any serious threat to Iceland, a country that doesn't even have a standing army. It was brought in effectively to accommodate strategic monitoring centers and military bases. Then, in 1952, additions were made to the core countries. Turkey and Greece joined together, because they couldn't have Turkey without having Greece. The decisive year for NATO was 1955, when Washington decided to bring Germany into the treaty. This invitation created a great debate within European society. All the French political parties were nervous that Germany was going to be rearmed, although the process had already started in previous years. The Russians were livid. Having lost 20 million people in the Second World War, they did not want to see a remilitarized Germany. Britain was on message, though left-wing Labour MPs led by Kaniziliakis and Fenner Brockway protested strongly in the House of Commons. Even within West Germany there was unease, but the decision was pushed through. The reaction was predictable, and the Soviet Union set up their own version of NATO. Just as Western satellite states were in NATO, the East European satellite states were gathered into the Warsaw Pact. Nonetheless, Yugoslavia under Tito refused to join either organization, opening up a new space for non-aligned world politics. As a result, Cold War tensions were further racked up between the two power blocs. What would NATO do next? The Spanish dictator General Franco had obstinately kept Spain out of NATO, unlike neighboring Portugal. But in the post-Franco interregnum, the Socialist Party leader, Felipe González, promised a referendum. At that time, a large majority of the country was hostile to Spanish membership, and many of the campaigners against NATO were leading socialist politicians, including Javier Solana. But by the time the referendum took place in 1986, the socialist and conservative parties had united on the matter, both advocating NATO membership as a necessary step forward for Spain. The event also marked the birth of the extreme center in the country. After a bitter campaign, 53% voted for membership, 40.3% against. In some areas such as Barcelona, however, the largest Mediterranean city and the capital of Catalonia, 51% voted against. Soon afterwards, Javier Solana, formerly in opposition, then integrated into the Socialist Party leadership, was finally crowned as NATO Secretary General. In France, General de Gaulle was never really happy about NATO. He saw it as dominated by the United States, backed by Britain, which was of course an undeniable fact. In 1966, de Gaulle pulled out of NATO, on the grounds that French independence was seriously compromised by membership. France has never been as respected as it was during that period. The situation changed in 2009, when President Sarkozy joined the integrated military command structure of NATO. Collaborations and cooperative undertakings with NATO had begun a long time before, but Sarkozy's decision effectively acknowledged that the French were now dominated by the United States. Current President François Hollande, who attended the last NATO summit, continues in this vein. Thus, NATO has become a successful organization containing all the major European powers. After the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, despite the promises to the contrary made to Gorbachev and Yeltsin, NATO moved eastwards, integrating Eastern European countries into the command structure of NATO and effectively making them dependent states. Those Eastern European states happily moved into their new position as US satellites, sanctified by their NATO membership. The large gathering in Wales included many Eastern European leaders. But there was one problem: what was NATO's function after the Cold War? Initially there was a great deal of talk about the peace dividend. NATO could have been disbanded once and for all, like the Warsaw Pact, but this did not happen. A number of neoconservative ideologues, backed by Clinton, decided that NATO was necessary to keep the European powers under American influence. But they weren't tempted to act on their own, because the most important event at the end of the Cold War was the reunification of Germany, creating the largest, most powerful, most economically successful state of the European Union. Meanwhile, in both France and Britain, conservative politicians began grumbling, talking about the Fourth Reich, and about how Germany could be stopped. The German leaders themselves insisted that they weren't planning anything, they only wanted to be part of the European Union. They clearly did not want any independence outside this collective of firm allies embedded inside the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. However, faced with the growth of ethnic tensions and violence in Yugoslavia, the Germans acted unilaterally without consulting their colleagues. Against the advice of both Washington and London, they decided to break up Yugoslavia by interfering first with the Slovenes and subsequently with the Croats, recognizing Slovenia, recognizing Croatia, and effectively destroying the Yugoslav state. The forthright German decision to exercise its influence in Central Europe worried the others. The United States became interested militarily in the former Yugoslavia at this stage, as the country disintegrated. Clans started fighting each other, with atrocities taking place in Srebrenica when Bosnians were massacred by Serbian troops. At the same time, the ancient Serb community were expelled from Krajina in Croatia, something not talked about too much at the time. Finally, NATO entered into the conflict by bombing Serbia. The pretext for this aggression was that there were massacres taking place in Kosovo and these had to be stopped at all costs. At that time there were, in fact, very few massacres taking place there. The worst of the slaughter had already been perpetrated in Bosnia, and the West, no doubt regretting that it hadn't intervened at that time, now decided something had to be done in Kosovo. The action taken by the Kosovan Liberation Army to provoke Serbian counterattacks was not totally successful, but this didn't prevent the propaganda apparatus of the West from comparing what was happening in Kosovo to 1940s Germany. They decided on a bombing campaign designed to break the back of the Serbian leadership. This bombardment actually led to a considerable number of casualties, but at that moment, most interestingly, NATO's bacon, if one can put it like that, was saved by Moscow. Here, the Russians were decisive in preventing what could have been a major catastrophe for NATO. Moscow's refusal, under US pressure, to provide the Serbs with sophisticated anti-aircraft weapons to defend their country enabled the indiscriminate terror from the sky to continue unabated for several weeks. This was made clear by none other than Michael Ignatieff, a NATO hawk who wrote at the time in The New Yorker. Devastating as the execution of the air campaign proved to be, particularly against Serbia's civilian infrastructure, it might have turned out very differently if the Russians had given the Serbs their latest technology. The air war was essentially a duel between 70s Soviet air defense technology and state-of-the-art American precision guidance systems. If NATO had been up against 80s Soviet technology, it might have lost 20 planes, and it is unclear whether NATO's electorates would have stood for such losses. 1. What made this surreal was the way it was fought exclusively from the skies. NATO dominated the airspace over the Balkans, but on a strictly military level it achieved very little. For the first weeks, every NATO politician spoke in semi-religious tones of degrading the Yugoslav army. This was stated to be a major war aim, but it was a dismal failure. Despite undergoing 78 days of continuous bombardment and more than 36,000 sorties, the Yugoslav army emerged from Kosovo virtually unscathed. The morale of the Serbian soldiers leaving Kosovo after the ceasefire appeared to be very high. The first balance sheet of the war indicates that it went wrong at every level. There was no military victory. The Albright-led war party in Washington, which had decided to wage NATO's first war against a sovereign state in breach of all international regulations, was convinced that it would be at best a 3-day affair, a short, sharp shock that would bring the leader of Serbia, Slobodan Milosevic, to his knees. This did not happen. Serious divisions existed at the highest level of NATO, as a result of which even the question of targets could not be agreed on. The Supreme Commander, General Wesley Clark, was constantly at odds with the U.S. Air Force and NATO Chief, General Michael Short. Clark wanted to hunt down Serbian army units in Kosovo. Short favored an easier option, to destroy the infrastructure within Serbia. When NATO planes bombed Belgrade, the following conversation took place between Clark and Short. Short: "This is the jewel in the crown." Clark: "To me the jewel in the crown is when those B-52s rumble between Kosovo and Belgrade." Short: "You and I have known for weeks that we have different jewelers." Clark: "My jeweler outranks yours. 2. On the political level, all that NATO achieved had already been on offer from the Serbian leadership well before the beginning of the war. The provocative clauses of the Rambouillet Agreement, an open violation of Serb sovereignty, were inserted at the last minute to prevent a Serbian signature and thus enable NATO to show its muscle. They were not included in the ceasefire treaty. The war in former Yugoslavia was essentially a war of NATO dominance, using a troubled Balkan state as a pretext. Its aim was to define NATO as a military enforcer in the new world order that was being created. It was not motivated by concern for the Kosovans or the Yugoslavs or the former Yugoslavia as a whole, but rather by the desire to assert US hegemony over its own allies. It was a shot across the bows of the German Chancellery. No matter that the mess simply got worse. Today, many of these countries are in a desperate state. It's a sorry picture all across Balkan lands, but no one talks about it. This was NATO's first war, And did the High Command learn anything? The United States, which effectively ran the military side of the operation, made it clear that such a war would never take place again where there were too many fingers on the trigger. They criticized French and other politicians for marching into command rooms and making what they saw as irrational demands. Subsequently, NATO has carried out other operations, such as in Afghanistan, which was another spectacular failure. If the goal was merely to get rid of the Taliban government, they could have walked out a year later. But the declared goal was to make Afghanistan into a modern state. In the months following the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the situation in that country grew dire. The army the occupiers created is totally unreliable. So by whatever criteria you judge it, NATO's war in Afghanistan and its occupation of that country, which has lasted over 10 years, has been an unmitigated disaster. In between, NATO found time to carry out a 6-month bombing raid on Libya. The air attack destroyed the government, destroyed the infrastructure, overlooked the brutal lynching of Gaddafi, and then what? Hardly a week goes by without a news item about chaos in Libya, from jihadi groups controlling the airports, to the NATO-appointed prime minister being removed. In September 2014, the entire parliament created by the NATO people and their allies had to be evacuated from the parliament building in Tripoli and bundled to safety on a ship. What more striking image of democracy than a NATO-created parliament floating on the Mediterranean, waiting for a country to rule? Another Arab state wrecked, millions homeless, spreading turmoil in Africa, while the chaos in Iraq and Syria continues. And still the lessons aren't learned. So NATO's decision in Newport to deploy a rapid deployment force at short notice will change very little. The same people who were sent undercover to fight in Libya will now go openly, wherever needed. Much better to strip away the mask and let the citizens observe what is being done in their name. Perhaps one day they will stop sleepwalking and wake up. Meanwhile, British commando units, American irregulars, advisors, and Blackwater mercenaries will be on call to carry out regime transplants. Given this new transparency, it might be more honest for the United States to take total, overt command of NATO. It couldn't function without them, and they might as well reveal the EU without the fig leaf. George W. Bush was more relaxed on this question. He said, "Well, look, we act as we see fit, when we see fit, through whatever organization we can. We try the United Nations Security Council. If it approves, we go under the flag of the United Nations. If it doesn't, we use NATO. If there are differences within NATO, as there were in Iraq, we go it alone. Is there a possibility that NATO might crumble over the next few years? There's no sign of it so far. It would require Germany and France moving out, and there is no sign of this whatsoever. They want the fictions of NATO to remain in force, and sometimes the Pentagon rewards loyalty. The summits, like their G20, G8, EU, UN equivalents, are essentially a public relations exercise. They are not really needed, except to keep public opinion on side. The reality is that NATO, with or without a rapid deployment force, with or without the complete and unstinting support of its European allies on every mission or not, is effectively an instrument of the US, designed to preserve US hegemony and the global empire. This does not mean that the United States controls each and every country in the most minute detail, like the European empires of preceding centuries, or their successor the Troika in relation to the economies of Greece and Portugal and Ireland today. That is not what the global empire is about. The global empire is the continued maintenance of US hegemony in a world where new forces are not rising up against it, but are certainly challenging it. Russia has defied it in the Ukraine. China is opposed to many US policies in the Pacific. Since NATO acts solely as the European arm of the global empire, other arms are being created in various shapes and forms in the Pacific zone, involving US bases in Japan and South Korea that are part and parcel of the same exercise. But trouble lies ahead. It is high time that the total failure in the Middle East, and the instability that reigns in that region despite, or because of, NATO interventions, begins to set off some serious debates within the U.S. administration itself. Underscore 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 1 Michael Ignatieff, The Virtual Commander, New Yorker, August 2, 1999. 2 Dana Priest, United NATO Front was divided within, Washington Post, September 21, 1999. 5. The Starship Enterprise. Britain became a semi-vassal state to the United States in 1945, as it began to dismantle its own empire. This subordination became clear in 1956, when it was told in no uncertain terms that military adventures without U.S. support were not permitted. It was forced to withdraw from Egypt, which it had jointly invaded with Israel and France. Britain was granted full vassal status in 1980. The Malvinas-Falklands War would have been impossible without the support of Washington and one of its favored South American satellites, General Pinochet's Chile. Since British economic and foreign policies are now in tandem with those of its imperial master, British leaders sometimes attempt to stand out by preempting U.S. decisions and posturing as being tougher on assorted enemies than Washington itself. 1 As Edward Snowden has revealed, British intelligence gathering outposts like GCHQ operate with impunity. The relative autonomy they enjoy, with less restraints than the NSA, is extremely useful for the latter, which treats GCHQ as a valued surrogate. Similarly, till 2008, British politicians liked to boast that the local light touch regulation put the City of London well ahead of Wall Street, as Britain's current standing as a virtual tax haven still does, approaching Luxembourg levels if not yet those of the Cayman Islands. Given this reality, the right-wing obsession with the European Union seems a bit misplaced. It's with Washington, not Brussels, that London has long been stuck in the dog-like coital lock sometimes described as a special relationship. Given this reality, it's necessary to evaluate the strength and weakness of the American empire, for the future of what was once the world island and its ruling class is dependent on U.S. global hegemony. For over 3 decades now the United States has been without a serious global rival. Temporary enemies, bit players attached to no state, have emerged, but failed to make a challenge. Meanwhile, flawed diagnoses of the state of the empire proliferate like magic mushrooms. Some glimpse imperial disintegration in the inner dislocations of American society, others argue from faith coupled with misinterpreted facts, still others overdose on ahistorical determinism, coated with political presuppositions that amount to little more than wishful thinking. Since all empires in human history have fallen, the American version will inevitably do so too. But when? Until now, despite many a setback, the signs of impending collapse or irreversible decline are few. Occasionally, left liberals and fellow travelers attempt to paint a canvas highlighting the setbacks in lurid colors, while leaving all else in darkness. The implication is that the United States was once an all-powerful empire but is now on the wane. The first claim of omnipotence was never the case, and a cold-eyed survey of the evidence suggests that the second assumption, too, is misjudged. One conscious or subconscious function underlying this false optimism about the US's imminent decline is to abandon effective opposition. It's no longer necessary to ask questions. If an empire is approaching its death agony, why waste time discussing the real symptoms? Such an attitude encourages one to decontextualize geopolitical problems, seeing them in isolation from the strategy or needs of the grand hegemon. In this view the world becomes a chessboard, with the pawns in control. None of the setbacks suffered by the United States, most seriously in South America where the Bolivarians have a universal appeal, unlike the jihadis and their supporters, justifies such a view. The fact is that the globe still revolves, however shakily, around a fixed political, ideological, and military axis. We are not even close to the twilight years of the American Imperium. Nor is Washington in any mood to surrender its place in the world. It may be a stationary state too at home for the time being, but it is hyperactive abroad. In fact, domestic economic problems, whose seriousness should not be underestimated, make the empire more violent abroad. Each new enemy, however peripheral, is described as evil incarnate and presented as such by global media networks, like a capitalist variant of an old Stalinist category, the enemies of the people who should be imprisoned, tortured, or exterminated at will. Epigones of various sorts justify each act as necessary to preserve Western civilization, by which they mean capitalism. There is no wind of change that threatens the existing social order. Even in parts of South America, where the Bolivarian assault on global capitalism and its priorities has been the strongest, no systemic break has occurred. There is no major capitalist or hybrid state that even wishes to challenge US global power. China, Russia, leave alone the servile European Union, may have their quibbles, but even serious disputes, Ukraine, South China Sea, within the capitalist family of nation-states seem far from developing into any frontal political challenge, or military confrontation, with Washington. 3. This being the case, is there a convincing alternative explanation of the global struggle being waged by the United States today, other than to maintain mastery of the world? How else to explain the fact that, absent any rival imperialist contender, defense spending from 2006 to 2011 accounted for $2.75 trillion, and we are informed that the next 5-year war plan, 2013 to 2017, will require at least $2.7 trillion to fulfill. Today there is no deep ideological and economic conflict on a level comparable to the struggle with communism during the 20th century. Over a span of more than 70 years, a series of grave conflicts were played out between capital and labor, parties and powers, institutions and masses. Even more serious were the wars between states, the occupation of countries, the colonialisms of one kind or another, local military dictatorships the preferred variant, and the struggles against them. Each of these events had a profound impact on the political psychology of citizens and masters. As the 21st century dawned, capitalist states, with national variations, dominated 99% of the globe. The communist enemy had been defeated. The specter that haunted the world had been exorcised forever. This planetary triumph caused many to turn away from the past, from the nightmares but also the utopian face of history. A combination of nihilism, often the result of destroyed hopes and certainties, and self-deception overcame many critical citizens in the West. Some became passive spectators or active supporters of the New World Order, busy reinventing themselves and rewriting their personal histories, caricaturing the radical upheavals of the past in which some had been enthusiastic participants. The resurgent popularity of religion and royalty, the explosion of consumerism and celebrity worship, profit, and pornography, cannot be completely dissociated from this turn. The more engaged sections of the population looked forward to the peace dividend, democracy, human rights, and the spread of trickle-down wealth. They thought that if US military and ideological domination was necessary to ensure all this, so much the better. But the much-anticipated Golden Age remained illusory. Imperial wars and capitalist greed dominated the political landscape. The War on Terror has been computed as costing $2,000 billion, twice the price of the Vietnam War. Confusion and apathy reign supreme as many a fettered nation in Europe and Africa, its ruling elites mired in corruptions of every sort, sinks closer to the abyss. The new enemies are either former Islamist allies, or new economic partners/rivals who refuse to surrender their sovereignty altogether. Ironically, this recalcitrance is fueled by the very changes wrought by the New World Order. If, for most of the preceding century, US military power and economic strength were interdependent, today the transformation of the globe by a tooth-and-claw capitalism has shifted the center of the world market eastwards. Hence the obsession with China, the refusal to tolerate any notion of Japan as a sovereign state, and the disruption of attempts to unify the Korean peninsula. None of this was foreseen in the calculations of Zbigniew Brzezinski when he mapped the forward march of the United States in the grand chessboard. 4 Contrary to the advice of fellow liberals and even some hard-headed conservatives, who hesitated to humiliate the defeated Soviet Union for fear of incubating revanchism, the leading realist strategist of the Democrats, convinced Bill Clinton that nothing should be left to chance. NATO had to expand and surround Russia. This was done with the agreement of the new elites in Moscow and St. Petersburg, under the inebriated and corrupt leadership of Boris Yeltsin. When some of the more naive Russian collaborators, only too happy to serve the interests of their new friends, suggested Russia join NATO and the EU, they were brutally snubbed. As far as the Euro-American ruling elites were concerned, the new Russia was simply too large to be properly digested. It was offered a bone in the shape of Chechnya. The West supported the raising of Grozny in the name of the War on Terror. It did not prove enough. 5. The reassertion of Russian sovereignty and the rise of Vladimir Putin were the inevitable result of this tactic, albeit too late to prevent the dismemberment of Yugoslavia. Europe, viewed by Brzezinski as America's essential geopolitical bridgehead on the Eurasian continent, was more important than Japan, since it entrenches American military power and political influence directly on the Eurasian mainland. 6. Nor was the blunt Cold Warrior of yesteryear reluctant to point out the new realities in this crucial region, using language similar to that of Clinton's successor, the much reviled George W. Bush. The brutal fact is that Western Europe, and increasingly also Central Europe, remains largely an American protectorate, with its allied states reminiscent of ancient vassals and tributaries. Britain was so servile that it barely counted. Germany and France were important, and in any division between these two, the Germans should be supported. Brzezinski needn't have worried. Under Jospin and Sarkozy, the French Republic happily embraced the Washington Consensus, with French mediatic intellectuals proving even more willing than their German equivalents. 7. There are no signs whatsoever of François Hollande breaking with this pattern, and in the unlikely event of a red-green victory at the next German elections, it would produce a government far closer to Washington than that of Angela Merkel. Since the collapse of the Berlin Wall, the European ruling class has never regarded continental independence, in the proper sense of the word, as a serious option. Brzezinski's triumphalist celebration had noted that America stands supreme in the four decisive domains of global power. Militarily, it was so far ahead of every other state as to be unchallengeable. Economically, it was the indispensable motor of world growth. Technologically, it led the innovation that was transforming the world. Culturally, its appeal now stretched from Paris to Beijing and seduced the new generations everywhere. The result, a hegemony without precedent in world history. But the extent of its domination was not based on territorial control. In order to preserve its power, the ruling elite needed to maintain a constant vigilance and a creative imagination. A decade and a half later, it is apparent that not all of Brzezinski's conditions for ensuring global supremacy are still in play. The financial crash of 2008 plunged Euro-America into a deep crisis, aggravated by the refusal of the rulers to contemplate an ameliorative new course for capitalism. The U.S. economy, once the locomotive of the system, had become its guards van. The rise of a sui generis capitalism in China, a landmark geo-economic development by any measure, had, long before the 2008 crisis, transformed the United States into a debtor nation. This may well produce further surprises, but there is no evidence to suggest that these will include the propulsion of China towards proto-imperial status with its own co-prosperity sphere, defended by naval and air power and leading to its own occupations and colonizations. For centuries the Chinese have relied on geography, logistics, and manpower to transcend their backwardness in weaponry and have suffered as a result, especially at the hands of the Japanese. Were they to attempt to defend trade with arms today, it would necessitate a massive increase in military spending. Any such scenario would be strongly resisted at home by the elite. They well know how the Soviet Union imploded, and are also aware of the huge risks in provoking the United States militarily. Until now China has shown little desire to challenge the United States politically, let alone militarily. Even those Chinese academics who urge a slightly tougher policy vis-a-vis Washington avoid suggesting military competition. Yan Switong of Tsinghua University appears to believe that Chinese global hegemony can best be established by taking measures for social justice at home. This Chinese hawk argues that political power grows out of the heads of antique philosophers. A new old humanism, based on ancient Chinese thought. According to the ancient Chinese philosopher Sun Tzu, there were three types of leadership: humane authority, hegemony, and tyranny. Humane authority won the hearts and minds of the people at home and abroad. Tyranny, based on military force, inevitably created enemies. Hegemonic powers lay in between, they did not cheat the people at home or cheat allies abroad. But they were frequently indifferent to moral concerns and often used violence against non-allies. The philosophers generally agreed that humane authority would win in any competition with hegemony or tyranny. 8. Nevertheless, many non-Chinese thinkers believe that a struggle for world mastery by the Chinese against its global rivals is only a matter of time. They appear to be convinced by the scale of the recent economic convulsions that US hegemony has gone into irreversible decline. Such pronouncements give economic determinism a bad name. The crash of 2008 had already been preceded by a long period of decline. For 30 years beforehand, the statistics were indicating economic and social failures. The richest country in the world could not adequately feed, employ or care for its poor, mainly African Americans and Hispanics. As Mike Davis wrote in 1984, a generation after the first March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, black unemployment remains double that of whites, while black poverty is 3 times more common. 60% of employed black males, and 50% of Hispanics, are concentrated in the spectrum of lowest paid jobs. 9. For their part, the U.S. political, military elites believe that history is now firmly within their grasp for eternity, and were it to stray, military power can be effectively deployed to bring it back on course, as exemplified by the cruel wars of the late 20th and 21st century. Imperial domination is based on technological superiority, especially in the military sphere, size, and geography. Despite its weakened economic status, the United States remains infinitely more powerful than any other political entity in the world. The brazen use of this power continues to be visible on every continent. This is the determining factor in world politics today. 10. Of course, serious problems persist. Social and hierarchical divisions in the populations of most countries are now so deeply embedded that, short of uprisings or revolutions, it is difficult to visualize any real transformation of class inequalities within the current system. When capitalist democracy hampers the functioning of capitalists, it is democracy that is truncated. In fact, as we shall see later in this essay, capitalism functions best without democracy. Social, economic, and political conditions will get worse, but on their own will pose no terminal threat to the system. Capitalism will not disappear of its own accord, and unless challenged it will remain averse to serious reforms that improve conditions for the majority. Take, for example, the latest crisis, the 2008 crash that welcomed the Democrats into the White House. 7 years later, the new depression shows few signs of recovery. Main Street remains Misery Street, while the systemic financial globalization pioneered by Wall Street and which led to the collapse in the first instance still remains in place, buttressed by interventionist states. In the old heartlands of capital, such painful experiences, mass layoffs, rampant youth unemployment, dispossessions and repossessions, are relatively new for the 21st century generation. They include being doused with the crocodile tears of the political, financial elites, who preach austerity for everyone except themselves. Meanwhile, the media denounces, in sometimes hysterical tones, any alternative that challenges the status quo, however mildly. The worship of money and private property remains the determining principle of world politics and culture. Despite a few flutters, the curtain is not going to come down on this epoch in a hurry. And state protection of the majority of citizens against the excesses of capitalism has virtually disappeared. Karl Polanyi's dream, in The Great Transformation, of social democracy as a universal panacea seems as remote today as the utopian section of the Communist Manifesto. 11. Polanyi's warnings, however, were prescient. Stripped of all protection, human beings would perish from the effects of social exposure, they would die as victims of acute social dislocation. Left unchecked, the capitalist nuclear-powered roller crushes all, nature would be reduced to its elements, neighborhoods and landscapes defiled, military safety jeopardized, the power to produce food and raw materials destroyed. We're getting there. Most of sub-Saharan Africa, parts of South Asia, China, Brazil, and Russia, together with the universal plight of migrants, provide the tragic confirmation. Meanwhile, the greed of unfettered capital creates shortages and surfeits of money that would give rise to conditions as disastrous to business as floods and droughts in primitive society. Polanyi's error was to imagine that regulated, social democratic capitalism was the normal, rational side of the system that could simply do with further strengthening. Who can blame him for not foreseeing an implosion of the Soviet Union that also made social democracy redundant, to the delight of those who wanted a capitalism freed from every regulatory shackle so that it could rape the public sector as it pleased? The citizens of Euro-America are confronted from cradle to grave with the crude idea that only what exists is possible. The system depersonalizes the individual economically, while stressing personal autonomy, the right to shop and the right to fornicate with a partner of one's choice. Of these, the first is under threat because of the economic depression, while the second remains a front line of cultural warfare in North America and Europe. 12. The individualism symbolized by the globe's latest billionaires tells its own illustrated tale, the kitsch mansions of the Russian oligarchs in Britain and Montenegro, the grotesque living quarters constructed by India's most celebrated tycoon in Bombay, the properties bought with their newly amassed fortunes by China's Prince Sealings, a hereditary caste without compare. And each palace filled with objects whose value is determined exclusively by the cost. Rich Chinese, Indians, and Russians desperately mimic the socio-economic architecture of old capitalism, as if the display of wealth was the real meaning of history. In Brazil, fortunes that could house many poor, landless peasant families are spent on an individual's cosmetic surgery, as another way of flaunting wealth. Alas, in these great times, for the dearth of the savage derision that once castigated the powerful, the likes of Juvenal, Martial, and Petronius, the popes, Byrons and Shelleys whose pens satirized the abuses of their day. 13 Conform or suffer is the motto of our rulers now. Capitalism was once considered the epitome of economic evil, to such an extent that until recently the very word was avoided by its practitioners or apologists. It was the system that dared not speak its name. Freedom was the preferred euphemism during most of the 20th century. No longer. Capitalism has outed itself and, despite its troubles, is now lauded by banker and politician, portentous pundit, and airhead breakfast TV host alike, on the grounds that no alternative is or ever could be desirable. Therefore, the least departure from capitalist norms on any continent, however moderately expressed or practiced, arouses the frenzy of the privileged and their retinues. Fear of the unexpected, uprisings, electoral revolts that challenge the status quo, street protests by the young, peasant jacqueries, compels the global elites to depend, in the last instance, on the threat or use of U.S. military strength to settle every dispute in their favor. This creates a level playing field for the global rich alone, regardless of the resulting slaughter. Baghdad, Helmand, Tripoli, Kinshasa tell the tale. Not since the interwar years has conflict been incited so shamelessly, and with such frightening frivolity. The combination of unchallengeable military power and the political intoxication it produces sweeps all else to the side. What the whole world knows to be false is proclaimed by the United States to be the truth, with media networks, vassals, and acolytes obediently in tow. The triumph of crude force is portrayed as a mark of intelligence or courage, criminal arrogance is described as moral energy. Of course, such aggression doesn't always succeed politically and, in most cases, the chaos it unleashes is much worse than what existed before. But the economic gains are palpable. The privatization of Libyan and Iraqi oil are the most salient examples. How can hope be sustained in such a world? First, by shedding all illusions about the capacity of the rulers of the world to reform themselves. The conditions and circumstances that have enabled U.S. imperial power to reach its present level of ascendancy are hardly a secret. And the questions currently being debated are extremely relevant. What are the limits of U.S. power? What factors might contribute to its decline? How is U.S. hegemony exercised today? The answers would take into account America's size, natural resources, technology, manpower, and military superiority, compared to those of its economic rivals, and also consider how long domestic consent to such an existence is liable to continue. A well-meaning, if obvious, shortcut is to indulge in wishful thinking, which comes in various guises. The simplest of these queries the very notion of an imperial United States of America, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Some write of the differences between the old European pattern of colonization and the current variant, employing a sleight of mind to give Washington a clean bill of health. Such a view ignores institutions and emphasizes individuals. To present the aggressive post-9/11 forward march as the initiative of crazies, Cheney/Rumsfeld, or a dumb and malign George W. Bush, encourages amnesia. The fact that Obama/Clinton have effectively continued the policies of the preceding administration and, in some cases, gone beyond them suggests that Bush and his associates did not have a monopoly on craziness. 14. The political literature on the decline and coming fall of the American empire has proliferated in recent years, and is equally unsatisfactory. There is an air of desperation. Setbacks are interpreted as crushing defeats, while deluded hopes fasten onto the rise of China, or Putin's Russia, or even onto political Islam. 15. In reality, the imperial highway is unconquered and unconquerable from without, the only serious exit route lies within the country. What combination of social forces at home can defeat the labyrinthine power structures of the United States? However bleak such a vision might appear at the moment, there is no other on the horizon. A good patriot today is made to feel that she must, of necessity, also be pro-imperialist. More skeptical citizens who believe that the empire's military bases should be dismantled, its troops brought home, its military expenditure reduced, and America itself redefined as just a large state among others, only using force when it is directly threatened, are viewed as bad patriots, which is to say, little more than backstabbing traitors. 16. They are by default the enemy within. They are regarded as such not only at home, but also by those who fear U.S. withdrawal abroad, vassal politicians and states in Europe, Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and the loyal few in South America. The rulers of the only vassal continent, Australia, would, given its geography, be equally disturbed to contemplate independence. Yet in both the Arab world and the heartlands of Western capitalism, the systemic order imposed through the Washington Consensus since the collapse of the Soviet Union has appeared to be in forward flight. The Arab world seeks to escape its recent history, while some European states, in the grip of parliamentary paralysis, dream of external deliverance from the very bankers who were responsible for the crash of 2008. The atrophy of the productive economy in the United States and large swathes of the EU reveal a malady that was already at an advanced stage, even as some claimed that the disease had been defeated forever. In response, the optimists argued that the US was confronted by an involution similar to the one that had afflicted Britain at the heyday of its empire. Questions long treated as defunct began to be raised again, if only on the margins of the political system. The impact of this doubt on popular consciousness has spread rapidly. The events have laid bare the weaknesses of the system, exposed its bald patches, and revealed yet again that the motive force underlying empires, wars, and conquest for the last 2,000 years is not ideology, but the drive to accumulate and monopolize the distribution and flow of wealth by all necessary means. The struggle to extract and transport gold and silver may have been replaced by split-second, push-button transfers on tiny machines, like the Thompson gun has been replaced by the drone, but the masters of our world are playing the same ruthless game as their forebears. The year 2011 witnessed the concatenation of two crises. One was symbolized by the spate of Arab uprisings challenging indigenous and Western-backed despotisms in the name of freedom. These events were much more reminiscent of the 1848 upheavals in continental Europe than of the springtime of the peoples of 1989, which effectively exchanged one form of dependence for another, seeing in neoliberal capitalism the only future. The other blew in like a breeze through public spaces and university campuses once again, and the noise of mass uproar could be heard on more than one continent. Mediterranean Europe in particular was engulfed by general strikes and mass mobilizations numbering millions. Do these disruptions herald the birth of a new social order, inside or outside capitalism? The answer from the upper classes is a resounding no. They have been hard at work using the state to bail out, Europe, or stimulate, US, the existing neoliberal system. The notion that there might be a managerial revolt from within the system, a technocrats' uprising, belongs to the realm of science fiction. It has no precedent in history. Any change from above or within the existing structures is unlikely, unless the threats from below become too strong to resist. Over the course of 2011 to 2012, the continuing economic story was the severe crisis of the Wall Street system, the failure of the attempt to sustain profits in Euro-America and Japan through an over-reliance on fictitious capital, and the collapse of various European economies, Iceland, Ireland, Greece, Spain, Portugal, and Italy, kept together by Euro-sticking plaster. The major difference between this latest systemic crisis and its 1929 forebear is not related so much to the exact nature of the crisis. Then, the financial sector was flanked by cartels and professionally managed corporations, separating ownership from the onerous tasks of daily admin, created in response to the 1890 crisis. In the 30 years that followed, a frenetic process of financialization took place, led by an unregulated top layer of capitalists as well as by shabby hucksters turned multimillionaires thanks to the huge, untaxed profits of criminal enterprise. Aided by equally unscrupulous managers, all were engaged in unbridled speculation, orgies of profit enhancement on a hitherto unimaginable scale. It was this that triggered the crash of 1929 and the Great Depression. 17. The magnitude of the crisis on its own did not lead to palliatives. It was an unusual combination of external and domestic factors that helped reform the system. These were, the existence of the Soviet Union, still seen at the time by millions across the globe as a viable anti-capitalist alternative, the growing polarization between fascism and the parties of the left in Europe, and the radicalization and unionization of American labor, which reached a peak with the workers' occupation of the motor plants in Flint, Michigan in 1936, creating a new mood for change. These were the factors that delivered a set of Keynesian, social democratic reforms. The popularity of this outcome can be judged by the 3 successive terms awarded to the New Deal President Franklin Roosevelt. Greatly helped by the war economy, the system created and sustained a long post-war boom that enabled rising wages, full employment, and the welfare state. This boom ended in 1970. The series of defeats inflicted on the US and Western European labor movements in the decade that followed were the prelude to the era of neoliberal globalization. This was followed by the collapse of the Soviet Union and the decision of the capitalist rotors in the Chinese Politburo to take another great leap forward. The tectonic plates had moved. Everywhere the level of economic inequality has rapidly increased, with social rights eroded and political rights overridden. The corporate mass media defend the interests of capital, while the politicians are permanently in hock to both. The miseries of the less privileged rarely encroach on the bubble of the rich. Despite the depth of the crisis, the capitalist universe was in a state of petrified immobility. Incapable of dumping the neoliberal albatross overboard, it carried on in the same old way as banking scandals continued to erupt. The tremors of dislocation affected every continent, but the United States and its European allies held firm. What gave them the strength to cling to this particular breed of capitalism was the fact that, barring a few republics in South America practicing a left variant of social democracy with majority popular support, no alternative emerged on the political horizon. Predatory capitalists and predatory politicians continued to rule the roost. 18. The neoliberal system has been dented by the crash of 2008, but there has been no irretrievable breakdown. It is premature to imagine that capitalism is on the verge of dissolution, however, its political cover is a different story. The democratic shell within which Western capitalism has, until recently, prospered is showing a number of cracks. Since the 90s, democracy has, in the West, taken the form of an extreme center, in which center-left and center-right collude to preserve the status quo, a dictatorship of capital that has reduced political parties to the status of the living dead. How did we get here? Following the collapse of communism in 1991, Edmund Burke's notion that in all societies consisting of different classes, certain classes must necessarily be uppermost, and that the apostles of equality only change and pervert the natural order of things, became the wisdom of the age, embraced by servant and master alike. Nevertheless, money corrupted politics. Leading politicians of the extreme center became rich during their years in power. Many were given consultancies as soon as they left office, as part of a sweetheart deal with the companies concerned. Throughout the heartlands of capital we have witnessed the convergence of political choices, Republicans and Democrats in the United States, New Labour and Tories in Britain, Socialists and Conservatives in France, the German coalitions, the Scandinavian centre-right and centre-left, and so on. In virtually each case the two-party system has morphed into an effective national government. The hallowed notion that political parties and the differences between them constitute the essence of modern democracies has begun to look like a sham. Cultural differences persist, and the issues raised are important, but the craven capitulation on the fundamentals of how the country is governed means that cultural liberals, in permanent hock to the US Democrats or their equivalents, have helped to create the climate in which so many social and cultural rights are menaced. A new market extremism has come into play. The symbiosis between politics and corporate capital has become a model for the new style democracies. It was the politicians who ushered private capital into the most sacred domains of social provision. The rape of the public sector was regarded as a necessary reform. Private finance initiatives were touted as the best way to fund essential services, despite warnings that this would reduce the latter to indentured slave status, in permanent debt. But this became the norm. Countries such as France and Germany, accused of dragging their feet on the way to the neoliberal paradise, were regularly denounced in the English-language press. Today the full cost of this folly is clearly visible. Point 19. To question this turn, to defend the public sector, to advocate the state ownership of utilities, to challenge the fire sale of public housing, was to be regarded, during the first stage of this process, as a conservative dinosaur, and more lately as a subversive, threatening to disrupt the cozy consensus. Indeed, the language of the new capitalist order deserves a study to itself, modeled on Klemperer's brilliant work on how the language was altered and subverted during the Third Reich to such an extent that even staunch anti-fascists began to use some words without thinking. Point 20. As 2014 drew to a close, how did the United States fare? Far from appearing overstretched or on the verge of collapse, America was conducting business as usual across the world. The NATO intervention and victory in Libya was carried out via a monopoly of airspace, sealing Africa Command's first military triumph, setting the tone for dealing with the rest of the continent in the decade that lies ahead. The Arab East remains unstable, nevertheless, the moderate Islamist forces in the region are only too happy to accommodate most imperial needs, with the odd disagreement on Israel largely for show and not reflecting any fundamental shift in policy. The Taliban and ISIS will do the same when the time comes. Meanwhile, the oil giants, BP, Chevron, ExxonMobil, Shell, and ConocoPhillips, netted profits in the region of $900 billion over the last decade. As David Vine points out in a recent essay, all Obama's pieties regarding intra-Muslim violence in the Middle East ignore the fact that his own policies, as well as those of the arms industry, have nurtured these rivalries and related conflicts. Since mid-year 2014, for example, the State Department and the Pentagon have helped pave the way for the United Arab Emirates, UAE, to buy hundreds of millions of dollars worth of high-mobility artillery rocket systems, HIMARS, launchers, and associated equipment, and to spend billions more on mine-resistant ambush-protected, MRAP, vehicles, for Lebanon to purchase nearly $200 million in Huey helicopters and supporting gear, for Turkey to buy hundreds of millions of dollars of AIM-120C7 AMRAAM, air-to-air, missiles, and for Israel to stock up on $500 million worth of AIM-9X Sidewinder, air-to-air, missiles, not to mention other deals to aid the militaries of Egypt, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. For all the news coverage of the Middle East, you rarely see significant journalistic attention given to any of this or to agreements like the almost $70 million contract, signed in September, that will send Hellfire missiles to Iraq, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, or the $48 million Navy deal inked that same month for construction projects in Bahrain and the UAE. 21. Elsewhere, further advances are dotted on the world map. The traditionally servile Australian elite agreed to a new US military base in Australia with alacrity. This was accompanied by hard anti-Chinese talk in which President Obama underlined the imperial presence in the Far East, stressing that the US was an Asian power and warning the Chinese to play by the rules of the road. These are rules that the Chinese know are formulated, interpreted, and enforced by the US. Elsewhere, only South America has experienced a rise of political resistance to imperial hegemony, both political and economic. This is the first time since the Monroe Doctrine that 4 states are without US ambassadors: Cuba, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Bolivia. The largest state in the region, Brazil, has asserted a degree of independence lacking in recent decades. State Department functionaries visit Brazil irregularly to reassure the political elite that Obama is not Bush, a message greeted with some skepticism. It is hardly a secret that Obama/Clinton approved the coup in Honduras and that death squads are back in favor. Plans to destabilize the Bolivarian states and topple their governments have not been abandoned, as the 2012 overthrow of Fernando Lugo in Paraguay revealed. Washington searches out the weakest link in the enemy camp and then proceeds to destroy it, with military force when necessary, but preferably by using local relays and manipulating the system, as in Asunción, and in Venezuela after Chavez succumbed to cancer. To think that the military political leadership of the United States is preparing to go back home after organizing a soft dismantling of its overseas empire is eminently comforting and wholly untrue. The economic situation in the US and Europe is serious, but not terminal. The economic, political, and military components of the present crisis are the direct result of the capitalist triumphalism that gripped the West after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. The strategic and economic policies prescribed by the United States and accepted without question by their global allies, the Washington Consensus, were not hasty improvisations. The gleeful governors of the New World Order, initially surprised by the speed of the collapse in the Soviet Union, moved rapidly to take full advantage of circumstances. The dawn of the unipolar moment was seen in the blitzkrieg of the 1991 Gulf War, which sealed American preeminence and exorcised the ghosts of Vietnam. For a brief period American hegemony appeared complete. But the absence of a global rival, NATO's humanitarian interventions of the 90s and the so-called revolution in military affairs, RMA, paved the way for the wars fought in the occupied world of Islam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. The huge advantage in all these conflicts was the unchallenged command of the skies, but that alone is never sufficient to ensure permanent gain. Even on its own terms, the military technological revolution that boasts of a capacity for deadly precision strikes based on first-rate intelligence and embedded media support has not been an unmitigated success, a fact most clearly visible in the AFPAC zone of operations. Following the humiliation in Vietnam, a chastened U.S. military was wary of the piecemeal use of force for resolving political problems. Reforms under Marine General Creighton Abrams and later Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger had tried to place checks on the easy recourse to force by politicians. The Weinberger Doctrine, which subsequently evolved into the Powell Doctrine, prioritized diplomacy without ruling out force. Indeed, It prescribed overwhelming force, but only after all diplomatic options had been exhausted and an exit strategy laid out. This policy divided the military hierarchy from the neoconservatives, who have always favored preemption. In 1991, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, Bush, Powell, and Baker were all reluctant at first to intervene. The initial cheerleaders were Scowcroft and Cheney, and the latter's neoconservative retinue. The war proved to be a successful test case for the Powell Doctrine. It also rehabilitated war as a tool of statecraft. Round-the-clock television coverage which focused on the dazzling display of high-tech weaponry while excluding the victims made war seem palatable, even exciting. From its success in the Gulf, the military came away with the expectation that in future it would only participate in large-scale conventional warfare consistent with the Powell Doctrine. To maintain a qualitative edge, the military brass undertook to maintain sufficient forces to fight and win two major wars concurrently. The costs of maintaining this capacity ballooned. The availability of such awesome military power and the absence of a rival soon spurred liberal interventionists in the Clinton administration to consider limited displays of American power for philanthropic purposes, despite the military's reluctance. Under Madeleine Albright, U.S. policy grew progressively more interventionist, and the check that the Powell Doctrine was supposed to be found itself ultimately undercut by Powell's unbridled enthusiasm for strengthening the military. The limited, humanitarian interventions of the 90s helped bury the Powell Doctrine as well as the sanctity of state sovereignty enshrined in the Westphalian system and the UN Charter. From the invasion of Panama in 1989 to the invasion of Iraq in 2003, the United States would participate in 9 major campaigns. A Blue Ribbon Commission appointed by the U.S. government in 1999 reported that since the end of the Cold War, the United States has embarked upon nearly 40 military interventions, as opposed to only 16 during the entire period of the Cold War. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars in particular have strained the military, to a degree that prompted Colin Powell to pronounce it broken. However, the real reckoning has been postponed by the fact that the wars have been waged largely on credit, and the real costs have yet to come due. Much was made of the fact to wage the first Gulf War, the U.S. spent by recent comparison, paltry $61.1 billion, of which $36 billion was borrowed from the Saudis, Kuwaitis, and other Gulf states, and $16 billion from Germany and Japan. In addition, the U.S. has since spent $4.3 billion a year in compensation, pension, and disability benefits to the more than 200,000 veterans of the war. This, as Joseph Stiglitz and Linda Bilmes note, does not even scratch the surface of the real costs from the lost income of the nearly 100,000 soldiers suffering from Gulf War syndrome, 40,000 of whom also have long-term disabilities. The proportion of veterans claiming disability benefits in the global war on terror is much higher, but Stiglitz and Bilmes estimate that even in the best-case scenario, 750,000 veterans will eventually claim disability benefits at a cost of $688 billion. The government routinely downplays the actual costs of the war, but more importantly, even if one takes account of the full budgetary costs, which they estimate at $2.7 tn by 2008, one would still fail to get a clear picture of the total economic costs, $5 tn. According to estimates in 2011, the U.S. would be spending 10% of its total federal budget on interest payments alone, mainly as a result of the high borrowing to finance the war. The servicing of the debt from both wars will eventually come to a realistic estimate of $816 billion. As Stiglitz and Bilmes write, $1 trillion could have built 8 million additional housing units, could have hired some 15 million additional public school teachers for 1 year, could have paid for 120 million children to attend a year of Head Start, or insured 530 million children for health care for 1 year, or provided 43 million students with 4-year scholarships at public universities. 22. For the foreseeable future, the United States will remain the world's preeminent military power. While there may be states that can field larger armies, the U.S. maintains a qualitative edge in air and naval power. With 11 naval task forces organized around 10 Nimitz-class and 1 Enterprise-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, the U.S. capacity for power projection remains unmatched. It also operates the most extensive network of bases. According to the Pentagon's Base Structure Report for fiscal year 2010, the U.S. had 662 bases overseas and another 88 in U.S. territories, overseas possessions such as the Pacific Islands, concentrated in strategic locations such as Central Europe, the Middle East, Asia-Pacific, Latin America's Andean region, the Caribbean, and East and West Africa. The actual number is much larger, and fluctuates from year to year. The annual base structure report excludes installations in combat zones such as Iraq and Afghanistan, and facilities leased in politically sensitive regions such as Israel, Pakistan, or Qatar. It also excludes the sprawling Camp Bondsteel in Ferizaj, Kosovo, which among other things has been accused of housing a Guantanamo-style CIA detention facility. An exact figure of the number of facilities the U.S. operates worldwide is hard to come by, but if one adds to those listed the nearly 400 facilities in Afghanistan and the 88 in Iraq, down from over 400, the total exceeds 1,000. Not all of these are on the scale of Bondsteel, however, and most, especially in combat zones, are temporary facilities, known as forward operating bases. Nevertheless, at home the age of military Keynesianism is over. During the Eisenhower era, the defense budget accounted for half of federal spending and 10% of GDP, but unemployment was low and the U.S. was a creditor nation. Today it is the world's most indebted nation and the unemployment rate has been running at 9.8%. According to 2010 census figures, 1 in 7 Americans is living below the poverty line. Meanwhile, the U.S. spends $1 million annually to train, equip, and maintain a single soldier in Iraq or Afghanistan. It can't maintain this level of outgoings. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the U.S. federal deficit will reach a record $1.5 tn in 2011. On January 26, 2011, CBO Director Douglas Elmendorf announced, "We estimate that if current laws remain unchanged, the budget deficit this year will be close to $1.5 trillion, or 9.8% of GDP. That would follow deficits of 10% of GDP and 8.9% of GDP in the past 2 years, the 3 largest deficits since 1945. As a result, debt held by the public will probably jump from 40% of GDP at the end of fiscal year 2008 to nearly 70% at the end of fiscal year 2011. The single biggest factor was the tax deal between Obama and the Republican Party that extended the Bush-era tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, cutting government revenues by nearly $400 billion. The U.S. national debt has already passed a record $14 tn. By comparison, China has emerged from the 2008 financial crisis with few bruises. It has maintained spectacular growth rates, and in the second quarter of 2010, it overtook Japan as the world's second largest economy, a position which Japan had maintained for nearly 4 decades. Valued at $1.33 tn, its economy is already bigger than that of Germany, the UK, or France. By the end of 2010 its foreign exchange reserve stood at $2.85 tn. According to a 2009 Goldman Sachs report, it will also overtake the U.S. economy by 2027, and the BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, are set to displace the G7 as the largest economic bloc by 2032. When Admiral Timothy Keating, the head of U.S. Pacific Command, met a senior Chinese admiral in the crisis year of 2008, he heard a surprising offer. Keating reported that his unnamed counterpart had suggested drawing a line down the middle of the Pacific, adding, "You guys can have the east part of the Pacific, Hawaii to the States. We'll take the west part, Hawaii to China." It was only a joke, but its timing was significant, touching as it did on what is likely to be the most sensitive and loaded topic in international politics over the next 50 years. Between 2002 and 2008, the dollar steadily devalued under the burden of the balance of payments and the government deficit, losing 40% of its value. The slide was briefly checked by the recession, but by March 2009 it had resumed. In an ominous move for the US, in 2009 China suggested that the dollar be phased out as the world's reserve currency, to be replaced by a basket of currencies. There is already a currency war underway with China, accused by the US, and to a lesser extent the EU, of keeping the renminbi artificially low to boost exports. In 2011, as the crisis showed few signs of abating at home and with the interrelationship of the global economy on public display, Admiral Mike Mullen, the retiring chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, declared that U.S. debt was now the most serious threat to national security. With the 2011 budget deficit approaching a record-breaking $1,580 billion, his concern cannot be dismissed. He did not suggest a solution. Targeted raids on Wall Street and the U.S. Treasury, or draining the Federal Reserve, wouldn't solve the problem here. Will the U.S. continue to be the dominant power in the Pacific and East Asia, or will it be supplanted by China? Although weaker economically than it has ever been over the last half-century, the United States has never been as strong militarily and ideologically as it is today. Despite the overstretch, all forecasts predicting the imminent downfall of the American empire are a combination of economic determinism and wishful thinking. In 2010, the Chinese economy was still slightly over a third the size of the U.S. economy. But, unlike the heavily leveraged U.S. economy, the Chinese economy is robust and dynamic. In 2009, China's GDP grew 8.7%, whereas that of the United States fell 2.4%. In 2007, China had $4.8 tn in household and corporate savings, equivalent to 160% of its GDP, a figure that is projected to reach $17.7 tn by 2020. In 2001, the average Chinese household saved 25.3% of disposable income. By comparison, an American household saved only 6.4% in 2002. Though inequality remains a major issue, it is not as conspicuous as in Russia or India. In 2007, the Forbes Richest 100 list didn't feature a single Chinese. Per capita income has risen from $339 in 1990 to over $1,000 in 2003, and is expected to double in the next 10 years. The number of people living in poverty has fallen from 250 million in 1978 to 29.27 million in 2001, accounting for 3/4 of global poverty reduction in this period. Between 2001 and 2006 its overseas investments grew at the rate of 60%, reaching $50 billion by 2008. Hitherto China has emphasized imitation over innovation, but in 2006, according to the OECD, China overtook Japan to become the world's largest R&D investor after the US. China is no threat to the US, but it is a threat to US hegemony. With the exception of Japan and Taiwan, East Asia is now a Chinese sphere of influence. Even South Korea has been forging closer ties with China. Though Taiwanese nationalism remains robust, its economic reliance on China has been growing. The Chinese market absorbs 40% of all of Taiwan's exports. Much has also been made of China's growing military ambitions following the test flight of a prototype Chengdu J-20, a fifth-generation stealth fighter. However, the aircraft is not slated to become operational until 2017 to 2019. And even a fleet of J-20s will only add to China's defensive capabilities, since it still lacks power projection capabilities. Though it operates the second-largest naval force after the US, its technology is mostly primitive, and as of February 2011, it still doesn't have a single aircraft carrier. By comparison, the Indian Navy has been operating aircraft carriers since the 1970s, including the former HMS Hermes, of Falklands fame, and it can also fly its fleet of Sea Harrier jets off of the amphibious INS Jalashwa. Chinese Defense Minister Liang Guangli himself has conceded that we cannot call ourselves an advanced military country. The gap between us and advanced countries is at least 2 to 3 decades. So far China's military posture is defensive, with an emphasis on deterrence. It has shown no aggressive intent, but from time to time it has asserted its capacity to defend its own sphere of influence. In response to U.S. advances in ballistic missile defense technology, known as Star Wars or SDI under Reagan, in 2007 China demonstrated its ability to neutralize any offensive advantage which SDI might afford by successfully testing an anti-satellite missile to destroy one of its own satellites. However, opinions differ as to whether China's rise will be peaceful or will lead to conflict. Opinions vary even among realists. John Mearsheimer argues that China's rise will not be peaceful. He bases his argument on the realist assumption that all great powers aim for hegemony in their own region and deny this to other powers. The international system for Mearsheimer is characterized by 3 factors. 1. States operate in anarchy with no higher power. 2. All great powers have offensive capability, or the capacity to hurt one another. 3. No state can know the intentions of other states, especially their future intentions. States therefore fear one another, especially as there is number 999 to call. As a result they seek to maximize their power. Great powers don't just aim to be the strongest, they aim to be hegemonic, that is, the only great power in the system. For Mearsheimer, global hegemony is impossible in the modern system. Instead states aim to be regional hegemons in their own sphere, while denying others the same degree of dominance in theirs. In other words, they don't want peer competitors, they like to keep other regions divided, so that they'll compete with one another and be unable to focus on them. This, at least, is how the US and other great powers have acted in the past. On this assumption, Mearsheimer argues that China will try to maximize the power gap with regional rivals like Japan, Russia, and India. It will also try to push the US out of its sphere of influence, as US did with Europe in Latin America, and develop its own Monroe Doctrine. This will inevitably lead to conflict with the US, since it doesn't tolerate a peer competitor. The US will therefore go to any lengths to contain and weaken China. China's neighbors will also be worried about its rise, and might join forces with the US in a balancing coalition to contain it. The US and Japan will want to prevent Taiwan falling into Chinese hands and will seek to strengthen it, fueling further competition between the US and China. However, Mearsheimer's colleague, Stephen Walt, demurs from what he considers Mearsheimer's hardcore structuralist predictions. He sees a slightly higher probability of a relatively benign outcome. While conceding that the continued increase in Chinese economic power is virtually certain to lead to increased security competition between the United States and China, he argues that it is not certain. Just how intense or dangerous that security competition will ultimately become. Because I put more weight on geography, on the offensive potential of deployed military power, and on perceived intentions, I see somewhat greater possibilities for keeping that future competition within bounds. In particular, a lot depends on the extent to which China develops large power projection capabilities and begins to push for major changes in the East Asian status quo. Some movement in that direction is likely, I think, but the speed and intensity of these trends will determine how alarmed the United States and its allies become and how vigorously they respond. Point 23. However, he notes, all of this presumes a reasonably sensible, prudent, and mature leadership in both countries. But things could easily change if either country becomes led by fanatics. For the Chinese international relations scholar Yan Switong, the U.S. Chinese policy of maintaining an overt pretense of friendship is fraught with danger. It could easily lead to conflict, since neither side knows the other's red lines. He therefore suggests that to prevent triggering an unwanted conflict it is important for the two sides to agree that they are cultural friends, business partners, political competitors, and military adversaries. There is a marked difference in the Chinese and American approaches to expansion. The U.S. preference for power over diplomacy is highlighted in the stark disparity between the budgets of the State and Defense Departments. Whereas the U.S. government has been spending over $1 trillion annually since 2007, the combined budgets for the State Department and USAID for fiscal year 2010 was only $48.6 billion, despite a 7% increase over fiscal year 2009 funding levels. Even the official budgets of the 17 intelligence agencies are twice as large as that of the State Department. To be sure, there have been occasional confrontations between the two powers, such as over the Taiwan Strait in 1995-96, over the bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade in 1999, and the collision between a Chinese jet and an American spy plane in 2001, but China has been careful to avoid showdowns. Chinese military doctrine, according to Martin Jacques, is rooted in Sun Zi's writings. It sets much greater store on seeking to weaken and isolate the enemy than on actually fighting him. Thus China relies exclusively on trade to expand its influence. Despite its vast economic investments, it has yet to acquire a single foreign base, although it is investing in maritime facilities in Pakistan and Myanmar, in case trade routes in the South China Sea become blocked. Many have argued that the U.S. went to war in Afghanistan and Iraq to seize the region's energy resources, or to secure pipelines. However, the real beneficiary of both wars has been China. It has not only obtained some of the biggest contracts in Iraq, it recently also won a $3.4 billion contract, the largest in Afghan history, to mine copper in Logar province. Adding insult to injury, Chinese investments in Afghanistan are now protected by American armed forces. Chinese and Indian companies also supplied all 7 finalists in Afghanistan's second great mineral project, said to contain 60 billion tons of iron ore. China has invested far more in extracting Iraqi oil than American companies have, and ever since the U.S. excluded itself from the Iranian market in the mid-1990s with the Iran and Libya Sanctions Act, China has made the most of the unrivaled access. It has recently reached long-term arrangements to buy gas from Iran. In 2007, China's top suppliers of oil were, in order of importance, Angola, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Russia, Oman, Congo, Yemen, Equatorial Guinea, and Venezuela. Whereas the U.S. has been primarily concerned with exploiting cheap labor and investing in oil and commodities, writes Jacques, the Chinese assistance usually comes in the form of a package, including infrastructural projects like roads, railways, and major public buildings, as well as provision of technical expertise. It also has fewer strings attached. In 2006, for example, the Chinese state-owned company CMEC swept the bidding for one of the world's largest known iron ore deposits, in Gabon, by offering to build a 360-mile railroad to the nearly inaccessible mine site, 2 hydroelectric dams to power the mine and a deep-water ocean port to export the mined ore. This is how a commentator at the New York Times summarizes the situation. The United States views Southwest Asia mostly as a security threat. China sees it as an opportunity. Decades of military cooperation with Pakistan, which shares India as a rival, have flowered into an economic alliance. A Chinese-built deep-water port in Gwadar, Pakistan, on the Gulf of Oman, is expected eventually to carry Middle Eastern oil and gas over the Western Himalayas into China. 24. It will not be easy for China to become a regional hegemon, implementing its version of the Monroe Doctrine. Whereas the U.S. was surrounded mainly by weak states, China has powerful competitors in Japan, Russia, and India, 2 of which are likely to band together with the US to contain a powerful China. China is more likely to rely on its economy to gain leverage over neighboring powers, increasing their dependence. Though China has hitherto been excluded from the G8, in 2008 the decline of the West's economic power was on display when even Bush had to turn to the G20 instead. China has already forged free trade agreements with ASEAN and has also joined a regional rival to the IMF. None of this necessitates a break with the United States, unless the latter embarks on some suicidal adventure on the Chinese mainland. However irritating it may appear to some, And on all sides of the political spectrum, the fact remains that, despite the difficulties it confronts, the United States still embodies a strong and meaningful imperialism. Its hardest tests lie ahead. The danger inherent in the position it occupies is a natural consequence of ultra-imperialism. The concentration of global power in the hands of a single powerful state leads inexorably to world tyranny. Such a diagnosis may be unsettling, but is necessary for the development of long-term regional strategies for change. And there is another question. Who will bring the mothership down? The course of a powerful empire cannot be diverted without huge political convulsions at home or a serious challenge from abroad. The former might result from wars, or an economic collapse on a huge scale that forces a retreat, the latter from the presence of a rival, skulking patiently in the wings. The center of the world market has shifted eastwards to China, as once it did westwards from Britain to the United States, but the engine of military power and its attendant civil institutions that protect and sustain the system of global capitalism remain firmly anchored in Washington. The Pacific and the Atlantic are both the setting for an outsized military-industrial complex and the world's largest national economy. The interrelationship between the two is likely to determine the course of the 21st century, with Europe remaining attached to the Atlantic. 6. Alternatives? Bertolt Brecht, who understood better than most what it was like to live in a period of defeat, was equally aware of the brittleness of victories. One of his last poems, Countersong, fits well in our time. So does that mean we've got to rest contented? And say that's how it is and always must be? And spurn the brimming glass for what's been emptied? Because we've heard it's better to go thirsty? So does that mean we've got to sit here shivering, since uninvited guests are not admitted? And wait while those on top go on considering what pains and joys we are to be permitted? Better, we think, would be to rise in anger, and never go without the slightest pleasure. And, warding off those who bring pain and hunger, fix up the world to live in at our leisure. 1. Our leisure? What was going through Brecht's mind at the time? Living in East Germany, he might have been, half ironically, recalling the famous line from the Critique of the Gotha program depicting the society envisaged by Marx, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. This was something that could only come about in societies of abundance, and, since the real needs of the majority could never be fulfilled by capitalism, was only imaginable after an upheaval that altered the system based on exploitation and profit. The oppressed would have to emancipate themselves via a revolution. Yet this did not happen in the United States, Britain, Japan, and Germany, where productive forces were at their most advanced. Instead, revolutions occurred in Tsarist Russia and war-torn China, and later in Vietnam and semi-colonial Cuba. The first three countries have since reverted to a hybrid capitalism that exhibits, in many ways, conditions similar to those prevailing in Victorian Britain or the Gilded Age in the United States. Aspects of life in Chinese cities today are Dickensian, while the oligarchs of post-Soviet Russia have a lot in common with the leading criminal gangs that terrorized the East Coast and the Midwest of the United States in the late 19th and the 20th century. The process whereby such gangsters went legit and integrated themselves within the system is currently underway in parts of Europe and Central Asia, reaching maturity in China. 2. The uneven development of capitalism has deepened its contradictions. The astonishing development of technology, the Third Industrial Revolution in the Western world and Japan, has undoubtedly created the material basis to satisfy the needs of all its citizens, but the economic structure based on maximizing profits at any cost is like a concrete wall that divides the top layers from the rest. The cost of production is now so low that the practical value of the commodity has to be ignored in order to keep prices artificially high. With the savage deindustrialization of the West, the parasitic marketing and advertising industries are amongst the largest in the world, second only to arms production. Consumerism has conquered all. Our needs are manipulated. 67 varieties of jeans, washing powders, organic and non-organic, high-tech gadgets and thousands of other commodities large and small, most of them unnecessary. Who decides? The market, chorus the neoliberals. But the market itself is controlled by the ruling elites, via a set of mechanisms such as the acceleration of inbuilt obsolescence. There is nothing neutral about the market. Its devotees increasingly resemble primitive cults, with this difference: the more intelligent capitalists know full well that the system is doomed, but they also know, and it is what gives them enormous confidence, that the state will scupper any attempt to overturn the system. The favored method these days consists in preemptive strikes where necessary, repression, accompanied by Project Fear, psychology and media blitz. It would be naive in the extreme to imagine that the surveillance regimes in force in the US and the EU are directed exclusively against terrorism and its perpetrators. As is now public knowledge, the NSA and its counterparts in other countries spy on economic rivals who may be official friends. The friend/enemy dichotomy is a list regularly updated, and also on their own citizens. Hackers are frequent targets, not just those designated as cyber terrorists whose ability to cancel bills, debts, or overdrafts makes them dangerous, but also many others who will not submit to, or spy for, the system. More fundamental is the capacity of some hackers to challenge the entire ethos of capitalism by making virtually everything, except the computer, free. Linux and copyleft, counterposed to copyright, are the shining example. The inventor of Linux was a 22-year-old Finnish hacker, Linus Torvalds. Unlike the stereotype, Torvalds worked in tandem with other hackers to construct a core that was easy for others to test and debug. He only built 2% of it, 98% was developed by his co-workers, and for free. What they achieved was a rehearsal for how society as a whole could function without either capitalism as we experience it or the dictatorships that once dominated Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. The technological revolution that erupted on the west coast of the US has, in effect, made possible a complete overhaul of individual and social relations. Who can make it happen? Movements from below are a necessary starting point for any change. It is action, experience of struggle, partial victories, defeats, overcoming them, often in unpredictable fashion, and triumph small and large that crystallizes ideas, especially radical ideas, which are typically submerged by the weight of the present in times of normal conservatism or violent reaction. Mass movements blow away the borders of existing consciousness and revive or recreate radical politics. The process is multiform, depending on the history and political culture of each country. Attempts to mimic a success elsewhere usually result in defeats. The Russian Revolution of 1917 was the outcome of an inter-imperialist war and the peculiar conditions of Tsarist Russia, completely different from those of Weimar Germany and the rest of Western Europe. Ill thought out, if noble, uprisings in Germany, seeking to break the isolation of the Bolsheviks, ended in failure, with the loss of the finest flowers of German socialist thought. Fear of more such upheavals paved the way for the defection of the bourgeoisie and landed gentry to fascism, first in Italy and later in Germany. The triumph of the Cuban Revolution in 1959 created a wave of passion and enthusiasm throughout Latin America, and many believed that the same methods would obtain the same success elsewhere. Once again the finest militants were exterminated by repressive regimes backed to the hilt by the US, financially, militarily and politically. The CIA torturers cloned themselves throughout the continent, and created a special school for torturers, aka the School of the Americas, for the purpose. In Europe and Asia, the left fell into complete disarray after 1989, as the collapse of the Soviet Union was coupled with the economic rise of China, once the CCP and its state had embraced the latest version of capitalism. By contrast, despite certain problems, the Cuban Revolution and its legacy remained a source of inspiration for much of the Latin American left, long after the phase of continental guerrilla warfare had come to an end. In a period when all seemed lost, events in South America took the world by surprise. 3. Renewing the ideas of Simon Bolívar 2 centuries after his demise, the elected leader of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, began to argue for continental unity against the empire. The victories of Evo Morales in Bolivia and Rafael Correa in Ecuador and, to a lesser extent, the triumph of Lula in Brazil, reignited hope across the continent and elsewhere. All four leaders visited Cuba several times for tutorials from their mentor. The old man in Havana, delighted by their success, warned against any ultra-left adventures and advised a cautious approach. After long decades of struggle and numerous defeats in South America, the isolation of the Cuban Revolution had finally ended. The Bolivarian leaderships in South America came to power democratically. They were backed by indigenous mass movements, but strongly opposed by the US/EU powers and the media barons of South America. They confronted a world in which any strict regulation of foreign or local capitalism was regarded as unacceptable and anti-democratic, while the increasing poverty and inequality inherent in capitalist societies was seen as a systemic necessity. For its latter-day defenders, capitalism has to be immunized against democracy. Repeated attempts to destabilize and topple democratic, anti-capitalist Bolivarian governments continue. The contrast between the social democratic experiments of the sui generis left and the plight of Europe could not be greater. Might the disease spread? For almost 2 decades I've argued that the Bolivarian experience, though it is far from perfect, offers a much better model for Europe and other parts of the world than neoliberalism. The capitalist system had turned the working and unemployed poor into exiles in their own countries. The huge social movements against privatizations and social restructuring in Venezuela, IMF impositions, Bolivia, water, and Peru, electricity, challenged this relegation and helped launch political parties which they then lifted into government. The movements had already pledged a series of anti-capitalist structural reforms to transform conditions. It was their successes in this field that enabled their repeated electoral triumphs. This process had no equivalent in Europe. Here, deindustrialization had broken the spinal cord of the old working classes. Neoliberal impositions completed the process. Defeated and demoralized, the official trade unions, linked to a segment of the extreme center, capitulated to neoliberalism. Their protest now tends to be confined to ritual marches or one-day strikes that have virtually nil impact, ignored by both the rulers and the new generation of semi-employed or unemployed youth who want change but feel that none of the traditional parties can provide it. The failure of established parties and the non-existence of a left that is neither tainted by collaboration with the extreme center, nor sectarian, has sent many young people to the extreme right. France and Holland, Hungary, and the Baltic states remain the most striking examples. In Italy, the social movements born out of anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist struggles disappeared, after the far-left groups they had supported joined extreme center coalitions. The crash of 2008 shook the system to its core. In order to prevent economic life from falling apart, the state in the US and the EU promptly bailed out the failing banks to the tune of billions of dollars. Initially a paralysis gripped these countries. The absence of any progressive alternative became painfully visible, as a handful of activists targeted the homes of individual bankers and billionaires. Even during its worst crisis, the ideology of neoliberalism remained intact. The decision to make the victims pay for a crisis that had been caused by a deregulated banking system was too much for the weakest links in the EU chain. Greece collapsed, followed by Portugal, Ireland and, later, Spain. The extreme center parties in both Greece and Spain tottered and fell. The neoliberal turn in Greece had come later than in other countries, but when it did it was spearheaded by Kostas Simitis, the socialist, PASOK, prime minister in 1996.4. A small socialist coalition of left groups, Syriza, suddenly became the main challenger to the extreme center and came within a whisker, 2.8% margin, of winning the 2012 general elections. PASOK, the left segment of the center, went into meltdown. As its support drained away and its parliamentarians returned to their homes, they were spat upon by angry constituents for having caved into the draconian demands of the Troika. But in the process, Syriza had become a mass party, its leader Alexis Tsipras, the new bogeyman of Europe, and not simply because he publicly declared that the person in world politics that he admired the most was Hugo Chavez. The South American model appeared to be heading towards Europe. As a result, Project Fear was launched by the EU leaders against Syriza, and it worked. The older segment of the population could not withstand the propaganda unleashed by the Colossus. The EU bosses, aided by the newly elected French president, François Hollande, put the extreme center back in power, but the coalition began to fray at its edges. Smaller parties, nervous of total wipeout, broke with the conservatives but kept them in government. Syriza won the largest number of seats in the European elections soon after, and, if the polls are to be believed, will be the largest parliamentary party in the 2016 general elections. Spain was once greatly admired by the Western media for its gutsy building industry and booming economy, a mighty bull that shamed the moping lions of old Europe. The crash of 2008 put an end to all that. As the housing market went under, unemployment jumped to 20% and youth unemployment to twice that rate, in a country with a population of 45 million. The extreme center, in this case the Socialist Party or PSOE, implemented drastic austerity measures and tumbled to defeat. They were replaced by the Conservatives, Popular Party, that carried on their policies, albeit with a nastier rhetoric. A carefully orchestrated general strike in 2010 was used by union bureaucrats to win a few concessions, after which they happily signed a deal to cut back pensions and raise the retirement age. It was against this level of collaboration that radicalized Spanish youth, the indignados, occupied the squares, making clear their disgust with traditional politics. Their anger was highly articulate. When a TV reporter pleaded with an indignation not to question democracy, Beatriz Garcia's response was of epic proportions. She was not simply speaking for Spain, but arguing the case for change across the continent and beyond. Her words contained the embryo of a popular alternative, the basis for a new constitution, echoing the Bolivarians of South America 5. Yes, we question this democracy because it fails to support popular sovereignty. The markets impose decisions for their own benefit and the parties in parliament are not standing up to this global fact. Neither in our country nor in the European Parliament are they fighting to put an end to financial speculation, whether in currency or in sovereign debt. Yes, we question this democracy because the parties in power do not look out for the collective good, but for the good of the rich. Because they understand growth as the growth of businessmen's profits, not the growth of social justice, redistribution, public services, access to housing and other necessities. Because the parties in power are concerned only for their continuation in office. Because no politician has to live with what they legislate for their subjects, insecurity, mortgage debt, uncertainty. We question this democracy because it colludes with corruption, allowing politicians to hold a private post at the same time as public office, to profit from privileged information, to step into jobs as business advisors after leaving office, making it very profitable to be a politician. Yes, we question this democracy because it consists in an absolute delegation of decision-making into the hands of politicians that are nominated in closed lists and to whom we have no access of any kind. Nor is there proportionality between votes and seats. We question this democracy because it is absurd that the only way to punish a party is to vote for another one with which one does not agree. We question this democracy because the parties in power do not even comply with the social provisions of the Constitution, justice is not applied equally, there are no decent jobs or housing for all, foreign-born workers are not treated as citizens. Excuses are not good enough for us. We do not want to choose between actually existing democracy and the dictatorships of the past. We want a different life. Real democracy now. Oh, the ironies of history. An already hollowed-out democracy, under further attack by neoliberal governments, is being defended by radical activists engaged in autonomous extra-parliamentary struggles for a better society. And as Greece and Spain demonstrate, the young political leaders of these movements are not without a hinterland. Both countries experienced brutal civil wars and dictatorships where Marxist, anarchist and socialist ideas were outlawed, and leftist militants imprisoned, tortured, often killed. Their organizations were banned. Syriza's Alexis Tsipras was the head of a communist youth organization in Greece. Pablo Iglesias evokes his own history to explain how Podemos determines its priorities. Point 6. The secret of Podemos. According to Pablo Iglesias, I have defeat tattooed on my DNA. My great-uncle was shot dead. My grandfather was given the death sentence and spent 5 years in jail. My grandmothers suffered the humiliation of those defeated in the Civil War. My father was put in jail. My mother was politically active in the underground. My first experience of political socialization as a child was in the mobilizations against NATO in the 80s, which was the last time that the left in this country thought we could win. It upset me enormously to lose. And I've spent many years, with colleagues, devoting almost all of our political activity to thinking how we can win. The things I say in the mass media and how I say them require a great many hours' work where we think about how to move through an absolutely hostile terrain. We were in Latin America and we watched how they did things there to win. And here is the secret. The first thing is not to feel any fear. Second, I know that all left activists want the whole of the left to be united. If all of the left organizations unite, then we can beat the rogues in charge. Rubalcaba, the PSOE leader, and Rajoy, the PP president of Spain, would love it if we didn't think like that, because they know that then we would be limited to 15 or 20% of the vote. I don't want to be the 20 or 15%. I don't want my biggest political aspiration to be taking 3 regional ministries from the Socialist Party. I don't want to be a hinge. I want to win. And in a context of complete ideological defeat in which they have insulted and criminalized us, where they control all of the media, the left needs to stop being a religion and become a tool in the hands of the people if it is to win. It needs to become the people. I know that this pisses off people on the left. We like our slogans, symbols, and anthems. We like getting together as a group. We think that if we get several party initials on a poster, this means we are going to win. No way. Winning is about people's anger and hopes. It is about reaching people who otherwise would see us as aliens, because the left has been defeated. What should Democrats do? Democracy is taking power off those that monopolize it and sharing it out among everyone, and anyone can understand that. 15M sent a damned message, firstly to the left, and there were left-wingers that took it badly. I remember left leaders saying, I've been indignado, outraged for 30 years. Are these kids going to come and tell me what being outraged is all about? Okay, but it wasn't you that brought together hundreds of thousands in the Puerta del Sol. The fact that 15M attracted the largest mobilization since the NATO referendum, and that this has been able to change this country's political agenda to put the demand for democracy first, does that reveal the left's strength? No, it shows our damned weakness. If the unions and social organizations were organized, we wouldn't need things like Podemos. The problem is that in times of defeat, so you don't get defeated again, you have to think and say we can be the majority. Politics is never absent, but the new politics on offer vary from country to country. Some of the young leaders of the radical independence campaign in Scotland emerged from the implosion of British far-left groups. For them, casting off the shackles imposed by dogma and cult has been intellectually liberating, and has transformed their modus operandi. It is where the new movements have broken completely with the extreme center that the successes have been most marked. Elsewhere there is a great deal of confusion. In Germany, the Left Party, a hold-all for the remnants of the old East German Communist Party represented by the arch-opportunist Gregor Gysi, leftist social democratic breakaways from the SPD, symbolized by Oscar Lafontaine, radical green refugees from the party of Joschka Fischer, and more, is on the decline. That is the price for refusing to break with the extreme center and, in fact, collaborating with it on local and regional levels. The Gysi faction is desperate to merge with the SPD, and a recent Financial Times editorial suggested that it was time to stop demonizing the left party and bring it in from the cold. In return, Gysi would have to support NATO and imperial wars. In Italy, the 2013 general election triumph of the stand-up comedian Beppe Grillo's Five-Star Movement, M5S, startled the country, and sent the extreme center parties scurrying in all directions to see how the new threat could be defeated. Giorgio Napolitano, Italy's octogenarian President 7, began to intrigue and maneuver to place Matteo Renzi, a young Democrat Party apparatchik from Florence, in power. Renzi was the third unelected prime minister installed by Napolitano. His ambition is to change the electoral law so that third parties are neutralized and winner takes all, like in Britain. These were ideal political conditions for a radical alternative. M5S, alas, showed no signs of moving in that direction. Its two principal leaders, Beppe Grillo and Gianroberto Casaleggio, hail from the entertainment and internet marketing industry respectively, very different backgrounds than their Greek and Spanish counterparts. While targeting political corruption quite effectively, their own manifesto for all seasons did not offer much hope. It was confused in the extreme, an unappealing mixture of neoliberalism and anti-capitalism. Small wonder that some of his Italian critics regard Grillo as a wasteful diversion. Others are less restrained. They point out that the M5S structure permits little room for dissent and is firmly controlled from the top. If so, there are bound to be explosions from within. The writers' collective Wuming are thoroughly skeptical, emphasizing that the M5SS mayor of Parma, Federico Pizzarotti, has been implementing austerity policies in Parma for months now, going back on his bombastic electoral promises, one after another. For them, nonetheless, a new phase is beginning now that Grillism has entered parliament, chosen as a last resort by millions of people who found all other political options either disgusting or unworthy of a vote. The only way to interpret the phase that is just beginning is to understand the role that Grillo and Casaleggio played in the phase just ending. Many believe they acted as arsonists, we believe they were actually firefighters. Point 8. The contradictions within the organization, often suppressed, came to the fore soon after the tragedy in the first 2 weeks of October 2013, when almost 400 migrants in unsafe boats, seeking refuge, drowned before they could land on the island of Lampedusa, one of the many frontiers of Fortress Europe. The Italian authorities let it happen. Similar disasters had been occurring on a lesser scale for the last quarter of a century, but this time the number of deaths, and the Pope's denunciation of what had happened as a disgrace, forced all the parties in Italy to take notice. As a consequence, for about 15 minutes, the streets were flooded with crocodile tears. How would M5S react? Two of its senators, Maurizio Buccarella and Andrea Ciaffi, spoke out strongly and followed this up on the Senate Justice Commission. They successfully moved an amendment to the most authoritarian clause of the Bossi-Fini law, demoting unofficial migration from a criminal to an administrative offense. Left critics of the M5S were not at all surprised by what happened next. The historian Toby Abs described what followed in graphic terms. The day after the M5S senators put themselves in the vanguard of parliamentary anti-racism, taking the initiative out of the hands of the PD and CEL, they found themselves the object of a thunderous denunciation by Beppe Grillo and Gianroberto Casaleggio, the co-founder of the M5S, who taught Grillo everything he knows about the internet, on Grillo's official blog. The duo angrily explained, the M5S was not born to create Dr. Strangeloves in Parliament without control. They continued, if we had proposed the measure during the general election campaign, the M5S would have obtained the percentages of a telephone prefix, inferring that almost all of their voters were not only racist, but saw immigration as the primary issue, which is hardly credible, even if a sizable chunk of the M5SS northern electorate may have been drawn from disillusioned supporters of the Lega Nord, known as Leghisti. They followed this up with an appalling piece of right-wing populism, substituting themselves for public opinion, for the popular will, is the common practice of the parties that want to educate the citizens, but it is not ours. Besides, changing the law would be an invitation to migrants from Africa and the Middle East to set sail for Italy. How many illegals are we able to receive, if one Italian in 8 does not have money to eat? 9. Grillo's anti-immigrant views are no secret. In 2011 he was quoted in the conservative press uttering remarks no different in tone and content to those of Britain's UKIP. The difference is this: Grillo is a clown, Farage merely pretends to be one. No surprise either that M5S sits with the right in the European Parliament. Il Fatto Quotidiano, the daily that waged a very strong campaign against the corruptions of the Italian extreme centre, was once a staunch supporter of Grillo. It, too, has begun to take a distance. The attempts to roll back neoliberalism are gathering momentum, but what to put in its place, and by what means, remain subjects for debate. The most successful movements are targeting the political structures of the state. Taking on its socio-economic base and transforming it on the South American model, state ownership of utilities and heavy regulation of capital, is an essential next step. This will not be easy in Europe. The power of the world financial system, both officially and through rogue elements, to try and paralyze an economy has been on display in several recent cases. They include Argentina, attacked by a vulture fund based in the Cayman Islands, Russia, subjected to US/EU economic sanctions as political punishment, and Iran, subjected to US/EU sanctions for exercising its sovereignty. Radical democracy alone will not be sufficient to repel these challenges. It will require alliances both from above and below to cement changes. We are many, but the few control the wealth, and have a military to back up that control. A century ago, in 1913 to be precise, Lenin warned. Oppression alone, no matter how great, does not always give rise to a revolutionary situation in a country. In most cases it is not enough for revolution that the lower classes should not want to live in the old way. It is also necessary that the upper classes should be unable to rule and govern in the old way. We live in a very different world on many levels, but what the Russian revolutionary wrote a year before the outbreak of the First World War remains apposite.